follow the YouTube, because I'm going to be cranking these out. I'm going to do, like, you know, 2 videos for every 27 classes. So, yeah. It's going to be a lot of YouTube content coming out for that. Once again, I'm typically with these spell-oriented classes, I'm running Memory Stone. Like, I'm starting Memory Stone. It's either Memory Stone or Enchanted Remnant, but I think Memory Stone's fine here. Which class are you most pleased with how it turned out so far? I don't know. I mean, a lot of them are still, like, changing and evolving and getting better. I think that Volcanist is very well realized, does a lot of damage. It's really good. I think that Storm Sorcerer is really good, because it's executing everything that we wanted in terms of, like, poise damage versus normal damage. I don't know, there's a lot of them I like. Like, some of them are, like, generally really strong, but then there's, like, a few things that aren't quite right, you know? Dragonkin kind of being one of them. Like, they do exactly what we want, but there's some visual stuff that needs, you know, tuning. The visual obscurement. You know, Volcanist doesn't have it too bad in terms of visual obscurement. Unless you're just, like, talking about Vortex. Like, Vortex of Eagle is, like we talked about before, the principle of turrets, and how turrets are kind of inherently OP because you don't have to do anything while they're going. So, like, I've actually felt that that one was kind of a good trade-off if you consider the fact that you don't have to actively be shooting it while it's shooting things for you. So yeah, you can't see that well, but it's just giving you free damage, so it's kind of fine. Rykard's Ranker and Vortex. Oh, that Ranker is so improved. It's just like, I love Ranker in the mod. I don't always use Vortex, though. It's true. Like, that visual obscurement thing is, like, something you actually do have to think about. Do you think the starting items need to be adjusted or swapped since there's an uneven distribution in the viability of options? I'm not sure what you're referring to. Like, give me an example. Vortex doesn't deal enough damage to justify it. See, I don't agree with that. I think because it's shooting bullets at something for so long and dealing damage to them for such a long period of time, that any amount of damage over that amount of time is sort of worth it. I mean, not any amount, but it doesn't do nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like, think of it like a dot, right? Like, the amount of damage that a dot does can be quite high because it does take time. And that's definitely how Vortex works. It's basically a dot. It's just a visually very noisy dot, basically. It's also epic, right? Like, you want to use these epic visuals, right? It's something that makes the game more exciting, more fun. I love that moment of, like, stacking everything up, of, like, getting Vortex on something and Ranker, and also, like, you know, dropping lava bombs on top of their head all at the same time. It's just so insane. I find it deeply satisfying. It's your birthday. Happy birthday, Ogre. Ogre, thank you so much for the tier 3. I don't know why my alert didn't go. Kaimar relatively the same position he was in DS3. Yeah, you got that, huh? Picked that up. Although Kaimar's final position has not been... We're actually still talking about different ideas about that. It hasn't been fully decided. We actually have some pretty interesting ideas. Yeah, I'm doing great, man. Unless I stacked Vortex like 3 or 4 times. Vortex does not stack. You can't cast more than one Vortex. If you cast one Vortex, it cancels the other one. Unless we made a big fucking mistake. Which is possible. Yeah, it's got a limit group. Yeah, it doesn't stack. What the fuck? Yeah, there's some kind of bug happening with the limit group. We'll fix it. It shouldn't stack. This is just an oversight. I don't know why. This is weird because this is like purple, like we changed it. But I know we set up a limit group and then somehow we lost the limit group ID. So some kind of bug happened so as to destroy our limit group. The projectiles despawn when you cast a new one, or the projectile spawner. So the way that it's going to work is that the big vortex thing up in the sky that initially spawns the bullets, you'll only be able to have one of them active at a time. That's the way it's going to work. It's not going to despawn the other bullets, the ones that are already, like the little ones that are already out, but it will despawn the original vortex, basically. It's just weird. I could have sworn that there was like a somber stone. Who's Eagle? Well, it's in the lore. It's the giant serpent. The giant serpent that devoured Rykard. There's some kind of cap on how many bullets can collide from Vortex at once. That's why 10 skulls are swarming around the target. Yeah. So it has a it uses a use shared hit list, which what you do is you set hitbox durations. And basically what you do is you say, like, let's say the hitbox duration is half a second. That means that something cannot be hit by it more often than every half second. So that's why you get that swarm effect, basically. Essentially turning a lot of bullets into a dot. All right. A lot of spells on that one. Pure caster. I mean, they can all be pure caster technically, right? Though right now it's kind of hard for Necro to get started, and it's pretty hard for Mystic, right? I guess you could go pure caster with summons with those. So did you guys see that Soda Poppin played the mod? I watched a little bit of him playing it toward the end of his stream. Hey, Lizard. Find the teleport to the soldier. The teleport. Oh, you mean up on the thing? Yeah. Let me see. I want to get set up a little bit. I need 28 for retaliation. Okay. I want retaliation for sure, though. Let me think. Do I know what the frame data is for Dragonkin Retaliation spell? Yeah, if I looked at the actual animation table, I could see it. But it's basically like shortly after, like when the staff kind of gets to right here, and then like everything out to here. It's like those are the active frames. So I need an heirloom remnant. I'm actually gonna go this way. Oh wait, no, I should go this way. I'm going to Fort Height. There's one there. How it compares to the other parry options. It's a little faster than a normal mid-shield parry in terms of when they start up, and it lasts a little bit longer, but it's not as fast or good as the buckler parry. It's pretty similar to the like mid shield parry, except it lasts longer. Tied with Golden Retaliation for most of the frame data. Yeah, so I mean, a lot of the parry frame data we have adjusted. But mostly with shields, we've adjusted it, made it better. Wow, that fucking hurts. You do the thing where you jump off the top of the chest to open them faster? Yeah, but I don't, like, sweat it if I don't get it. Alright, XE. Alright, let's do this. Well, I don't know if you heard what I said about that in the Discord, but so all the Ash of Wars that have been removed will most likely not return, at least not in the form that they were. The idea is to replace them with Ash of Wars that are like the same theme, but are better. Like, way better. Like, more interesting, multiple combos as part of their moves, not just like single button, spammable, boring stuff. Like, Bloody Slash, super boring. There's a lot that were super boring that we cut that are going to get better replacements, basically. Yeah, Ashes of War, like legit Ashes of War, not weapon skills. Oh, I need to test this. Hey, Camshock, what up? Poison Breath's kind of weird right now. Yeah, so we already did some adjustments, and I would needed to test if we fixed it, but I can test it on a different sentry. Because I think we might have fixed it. I need to find out. Okay, so as of the new patch, there will be some new notes. You get weapons note and a path note. So the weapons note will give you a list of notable weapons for the class. But the only thing is, we only have like 11 lines to work with. So you're not going to get every single weapon for every single class. Some of them have like way more weapons than we have room for on one note. And I don't want to like pile on a shitload of notes, so... Trying to decide. I guess like I should go. I'm gonna just like head over to Consecrated now. All right, Peaches, sleep good. Hey, what's up, Ben here? New PC coming, nice. Yes, I know, but here in the US, everyone says niche. I know it's niche, technically. If I was alone on the little island, the little niche island, then sure, but it's literally how everyone says it here. Never heard someone say it as niche. Oh. I don't know, where in the US are you? Okay, so... Right. So to Ordina. New York, Miami, and San Diego. Well, I'm from Texas, and we say things how we goddamn please. Tell me about the area scaling. Well, so the area scaling's been edited some, but not tremendously. Basically, what we've done is the areas where the characters can start, which is basically like Limgrave, Caelid, and Liurnia, they've been smoothed out, so they're all like more similar to each other. Everything in the beginning of the game has been scaled up quite a bit, so everything's a lot harder in the beginning than it was in vanilla game. But overall, the area scaling across the board has been compressed, so the distance from the difficulty of the starting zone and the difficulty of the ending zones are more similar than they were in vanilla game, if that makes sense. It's just less distance between them. I don't know if you plan it or not, but will it be possible later to sell to EG? It's kind of annoying. You can sell everyone but him. I hadn't thought of that. I don't have a problem with it. Touch early. All right, let's go grab. I mean, I don't know where my chat. Okay, maybe someone can answer this for me. Where is the easiest place to get crystal darts? Maybe it's not even worth it. Legacy dungeons are different from open world. Well, the biggest defining factor of a legacy dungeon is that you can't use torrent in them, and they have a legacy boss. That's basically it. West of Albernark Rise. There are some. Really? They provided some over there? That's fine. I'll just go grab the imp ashes. I guess that's fine too. Because I need to go to Liurnia anyway, right? Okay, I need to test this poison breath. Come on, fuckbag, do a thing. Nope, same problem. Okay. Parry and take damage. Yeah. The parry frame was still out there, but his hitbox was on me. Yeah, I watched Soda Poppin Soda Poppin play the mod at the end, and like I think Soda Poppin was feeling sick, like he was feeling a little sick. But I basically I never really watch him. But like, it definitely seemed like at the end, like he was not enjoying the mod. And what was funny about it was, it didn't seem like he wasn't enjoying the mod because of the mod. He was just like not enjoying playing Elden Ring. That's what it seemed like. Like it seemed like in order for him to be like really happy playing the mod, that like literally everything would have to be different, right, about the game. Because like he was just playing Elden Ring and he was like, is this it? Like is this the mod? Is it just like this? And like it was weird, honestly. I found it to be like he was definitely enjoying like the new spells and stuff, but he didn't do a full playthrough. He didn't like really like get through. He just played for like a couple hours. And just like, is this it? Like it seemed like he just got bored of playing Elden Ring. And I was just like, yeah, I mean, I can sympathize. I can sympathize with that. You know, because like if you played Elden Ring a bunch, then replaying it can feel like a slog, right? It definitely can. And like obviously our goal is to change like all kinds of things eventually, but right now it's not like every little thing is different, you know? Yeah, so lately I've actually been watching some more Asmongold than I typically do. Like I've been watching a little bit more Asmongold. I don't know, mostly because he's has so many takes about Diablo 4, so I'm like interested to see his like takes on that game. It's been kind of fun going down the Asmongold rabbit hole a bit. the fuck? Started watching him, seems to be pretty down to earth. Yeah, I mean, I think that his perspective on a lot of things is often like very logically sound. Even if I don't necessarily agree with what he's saying, or like his opinion about a game, or like the way that it plays or whatever, like it's still like backed up by like, you know, I can understand his reasons, right? It's fine, it's fun, it's cool. One thing about him is that he puts so many videos out, man. It's crazy. Like, he puts out so much. Let me think here. ZX, how are you? How goes it? It's going good. How are you? Do I want to upgrade the Underworld dagger? I guess I do. Let's see. What do I have? 3. Okay. Good, tired, busy. Yeah. I am just getting busy again. Like, my mom was in town to visit, and it's the first time she's been here. She hadn't seen this house before, so that was keeping me busy for a few days at least. Going well. Yeah, so right now, it's just like one portion of the mod team is working on stuff because we're trying to get a bunch of weapons in, and we're trying to get a boss in, and for this patch. But the other half of the team is about to sort of come back to life very, very soon. Hey Sarah, how are you? Convergence is spells only. I mean, to a certain degree, we're never going to be able to fully be rid of it, the stigma, you know? Like, unless we did, like, a mod for something that was, like, literally no spells or something. But even then, right, it's like, we have that reputation from the first mod, and that's just never going to go away, you know? Like, to a certain degree, it's just never going to go away, so... Like, on one hand, we can do our best to just, like, we're a complete overhaul team, like, it's what we're trying to do, is we're not just trying to do spells only, but some people will always just describe the mod as, oh, it's spells. You know, and it's like, it is, but it's also like a bunch of other shit. DS3 Convergence felt spell bias. Well, that's the thing about the DS3 one is that we started out that mod as a spell mod. Like, that was the purpose, right? Whereas this one, we didn't start out that way. We started out knowing we were going to do everything. They don't believe in hybrid melee. Well, like, we're trying to support everything. Like, we're trying to support, like, spells, melee, hybrid, and also melee. You know, like, we're trying to do all of it. Let's see. Not you, the people critiquing. No, I understood. I understood what you said. I got it. I'm just like saying, like, we are like, you're saying like those people aren't like aware of that playstyle, or they don't like have that in mind. They're just thinking you're either a dirty mage or you're a fucking, you know, Chad melee, right? That's what you're thinking. Like, that's the way that you're thinking. They're thinking, basically. Nice. Like, a lot of my playthroughs, like, even the ones that are like more pure magic, I start out like more hybrid because I lean on a weapon early. But like, I do enjoy the ones that are pure hybrids, or that are pure casters as well, where I don't lean on melee. Like, those are fun too. They just like require a little bit more prep when you're getting started, you know. Not like a tremendous amount more, just a little bit more. A build without focus on one or the other lacks the constraints of build limitations associated with each class, but it tends to also lack the concentration of power. It's a fair trade-off. Well, like, I guess like in the mod, if you're playing a hybrid, you don't really lack the concentration of power, right? Because like your weapons in the mod like scale with the exact stats that you are targeting. If you were the melee version of that, right? Like, so there's no loss of concentration of power. It's just a different play style, you know, both equally viable and good. Which is definitely one of the goals, right, when we were building it. Am I sure? Well, okay, so give me like an example of how you would lose concentration of power, right? Do you mean like you have to level some strength to use like a heavy weapon or something like that? Because like when I hear you say a build without focus in one or the other, I assume you're talking about melee or spellcasting. So if you're lacking focus in one or the other, then that sounds like you're going melee hybrid, right? Where you're using melee weapons, but you're also casting spells, right? Talismans that specifically target melee focus attacks, so those that target spell associated actions, like Radagon's icon. Oh sure, but you could just stack damage increasing talismans in the mod, right? Which target both. And so you could literally have both, right? Like, you could have 4 that all they do is increase lightning damage. Your weapon does 100% lightning, your spells do 100% lightning, so you're not actually losing anything because of the pure... Like, we create... Like, part of the mod's goal is to create an agreement between your melee style and your spellcasting style and allow you to bridge the gap without needing to focus on one over the other. That's, like, the pure hybrid. Oh wait, I'm gonna craft one. You know, this time I'm not gonna go for Radagans. I'm gonna... Well, Radagans is actually more important on this class, isn't it? Because of retaliation. Change my mind. Respectively. True. I guess you could replace the 5% one with, you know, with like an heirloom, right? Which is definitely more. It's more beneficial than 5%. But I guess my point is, you have options in the talisman department that agree with both things you're trying to do, right? That's sort of what I'm trying to say. Is that you have options. You don't have to commit to one side over the other. But I wouldn't say that you're actually losing power, right? Because, like, if you, like, you then get into more, like, utility-style utility-style talismans, and it's, like, hard to make an argument that, like, giving up 5% damage is more or less powerful than something that does utility. It kind of depends on what it is, right? Like, you could do something like, instead of a 5%, you use, like, the sword charm or whatever, the sword insignia, which gives you 10% when you're at full HP, and that affects everything, right? Like, you could do things that way, for example, right? Like, you could find a way to make everything work together well. Like, if you're going, like, a hybrid, but your primary damage source is, like, Ash of Wars, then, yeah, I mean, you could go, like, Jar Shard or something, right? And yeah, Jar Shard's a little bit committal because it's not like helping your spells. But what if you're only using spells for buffs? You're not using spells for like direct damage. Then you still have perfect agreement with your build in that case, right? That's the thing. It depends on where the power lies, right? And so, like, what I mean by that is, like, I can make the decision in terms of the design to make the power lie more in one place over another. Right? Like, how do I put this? Like, how important are the talismans, for example, for your build, right? And in practical terms, it's never a situation where you can make a blanket statement, at least not in Souls games. You can't make blanket statements about the power level of things in Souls games because Souls games largely come down to the massive burden of opportunity costs. And what I mean by that is that there might be something that's like on paper like super good, right? Like this increases your damage by a ton or whatever. Or you have like a spell that does like fuckloads of damage, but in the end, it doesn't matter how much damage it does because you can't use that spell very effectively in most situations, right? So it always comes down to what you are fighting at that moment, right? Like if the boss just constantly is suppressing your attacks, not letting you cast the spell because the casting time is too long, for example, then like it doesn't matter that that spell like numerically, like on paper, is completely bananas because in practice the opportunity cost is too high, right? And so, like, people get really enamored with numbers, and I think that this comes from playing other games, right? Like, it comes from playing games like, I don't know, like action RPGs or whatever, where, like, or, like, from playing MMOs, where, like, the numbers matter so much. Whereas in Souls games, they just don't matter as much, right? Like, you level Vigor, another good example is, like, the way Vigor works, right? Like, you level Vigor to a certain point, and you're just like, nice, that's so good, I have so much HP. However, before you leveled Vigor, you were getting two-shot by this boss. After leveling Vigor, you're still getting two-shot by the boss. Because the way the boss hits you is it does like 60% of your health, then you increase your health, but you didn't increase it like enough to amount to 120% of what it was, so you're still getting two-shot. So even though you leveled Vigor, it didn't actually change much, right? Like, in the end, like, the practical applications of these numbers in reference to Souls games is so different than I think what a lot of people expect in terms of, like, how to evaluate them. And so, like, when it comes to, like, deciding on your build, you always want to focus more on practicalities than you want to focus on augmentation, right? And that's something that people miss because they're too used to thinking about games from other styles of games. You know, not always, but it's something I've definitely noticed within Souls. You know, like, you put something on an item, it's just like, oh my god, it's increasing my damage by 20%. And, like, yeah, that's great, but, like, it's not always as good as it sounds, you know? It depends. But in this game in particular, stuff that increases damage is actually insane. Like, because of the way that damage sort of works in this game. In like, Dark Souls 3, it actually mattered less, and the reason why is that in Dark Souls 3, there was no boss fight that had as much health proportionately as bosses do in this game. In this game, there's some bosses with a massive amount of health compared to, like, Souls 3. The amount of time it takes to kill a boss in Souls 3, even the hardest bosses, was relatively short compared to the bosses in this game. It's just something that I realized slowly over time. Like, in the Dark Souls 3 mod, I could make dots that do percentage damage of the boss's HP, and I could have the player have a dot that deals 10% of their HP over 10 seconds, and another one that deals 20% of their HP over 20 seconds, which is the same rate, and also allow them to stack. So essentially what I'm letting the player do is take down 20% of their HP in 10 seconds. And it didn't feel out of place or broken or OP, because of the nature of the fights of those games. Whereas I did the same thing in this, and it was way fucking OP, because, like, you can just clean sweep a boss like Placidus Axe or Elden Beast or something in a period of time that doesn't feel correct for the pacing of this game. So, like, it's really interesting noticing those, like, those stylistic differences that are not apparent at first. The boss you might be fighting. Exactly. So, like, that's sort of the realization for me, is that when it comes to balance, it's really difficult to make decisions about balance that are devoid of context. You must have a context for the change you're making, right? Nothing exists in a vacuum. And so that's why, in terms of, like, spell design, like, I was so keen to do a lot of things that were more niche, right? Because by doing them that way, it allows for contextual, like, the power level to arise on a contextual basis and not on a blanket basis. Because if you do it on a blanket basis, you're just going to have a game that's just broken. Oh yeah, I forgot I have to actually kill the boss. But I mean, that's the other thing too, is it's kind of like the difference between, like, you ever written, like, a long piece of writing, right? Whether it be, like, fiction or even, like, a research paper or anything like that, like a really long piece of writing. It's extremely valuable when you're doing that. Like, let's say, even if, like, you've done an outline or haven't done an outline, it's really valuable to just write words out on paper, right? It's really valuable to just write a bunch, to get a bunch of shit out there, and then you have something to work with, and then you can be like, okay, I'm going to take this, I'm going to edit it down, I'm going to fix this part, I'm going to rewrite this section. You have a frame of reference, right? And that is exactly what, like, the alpha test is about. We've built a bunch of frame of references for things, but it's not, you know, the piece of writing is not complete. It's not edited well necessarily. It's not set up in an optimal way or whatever. But like, there's tons of things that we've done in terms of like balance, where that I've done in terms of balance that are basically just like that writing section where I got a bunch of stuff out there on paper, and then we let alpha tests like sort of direct and guide what happens next, right? And so like all of the changes in terms of like balance that have been made since release have been completely driven by the either by my own testing or by the community. Because like without an alpha test, like without people testing the integrity of the systems that we're trying to make, then it's like impossible. It would be impossible to balance a game this big. Like I think it would be impossible to do it in any sort of like reasonable amount of time. So like all that shit is super valuable. The only thing I wish that I could make posts in the like make pinned or tagged posts that arrive at the top of the bug reports and the mod feedback of just like, here's known issues, like don't report this, because people re-report the same shit over and over and over, and they end up having to sift through like pages and pages and pages of the same thing. When I'm looking through the bug report on the Discord, it's really like, ugh, it's so rough. You think you can do that? That would be so cool if you could like teach our Discord staff like how, or teach me. I'd fucking do it. I mean, I'm not so like I'm a mod dev, right? Like I'm not necessarily like the guy who wants to sit there and manage a Discord page or like a Discord server, because I have other shit going on. But when it comes to certain things, I will change stuff and make it nicer. But like, we don't have a Discord director, a community manager, right? And that would actually be really great if we did, but... It's like around my arm. Yeah, I mean, I guess to a certain degree, even if we make a whole dedicated section to, like, these are known issues, people are still going to re-report the same issues, right? Like, it's still going to happen. Because there's always going to be that, like you say, those people who just, they're not going to read it. They're just going to report. That's it. Oh, this is regular smithing? Fucking goat dick bitch. Shit. I thought it was somber. Hey, Luis. Starting off streaming, any tips? You say your girl is starting off streaming? I don't know. I mean, like the progression for like streaming for a girl is pretty different. Like it's not. I don't know if my advice would be that useful. And I guess there's some things that are like kind of universal for streaming, like you wanna talk a lot. That might sound obvious, but you don't want too much like dead air on your stream. You want to respond to chat, talk to them when they're talking to you. There's sort of like a streaming. There's like an unspoken streaming checklist, right? When it comes to streaming, like there's like a list of things that you can do, okay, that will help your streaming. And the weird thing is that list is actually pretty long of like all the things that will help your streaming. And you don't need absolutely everything on the list, but you definitely need a certain number of checkboxes, if that makes sense. Okay, so I think that if you're streaming, then you need a certain number of these checkboxes checked off, and that the checklist is a little different depending on who you are, right? Like if you're a guy, if you're a girl, your background, who you are, whatever. All the checklist is slightly different based on your individuality, right? And that you need a certain number of these, but you don't need absolutely all of them. And if you have enough of them, then your stream has a higher likelihood of being successful. And so figuring out what your checklist is and like producing content while maintaining all those checkboxes basically for yourself, then streaming has a higher chance of being successful. So one checkbox might be like, are you really fucking funny? Are you really, really hot? Are you super entertaining in other ways? Are you super educational? Are you the best at this game? Are you the best? Are you really well known in your community? Like those are some of the checkboxes you might go for. Are you really good at networking and talking to other streamers and building friends, right? And online, do you have a big YouTube channel? All of those things, right? Also take the time to know. Well, that's the other thing, Sarah, right? What is your goals? What do you want out of streaming? You have to answer that first. What are you trying to achieve with streaming? And then you sort of have to build a plan and be like, okay, for that goal, I need these checkboxes. And then it's like, can I... And then one thing that happened to me that I was kind of not expecting was that certain checkboxes that I thought that I could maintain over the course of a streaming career, it turned out I couldn't maintain those. Right? Like there's certain things that I used to do with my stream when I first started that I couldn't sustain over years and years because it took too much out of me to do that every day. Right? And that's something you just don't even fucking know until you're doing it for a long time, right? Anyway. Blah, 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 blah. What am I doing? Oh yeah, we're gonna kill Margit.
I took you for no matter lay out your arm.
Alright, +5 is probably good. Makes you want to play again? Well, then that's good, right? It's funny too, because like I hadn't been in a spot in a while where I was playing a game and I was waiting on a new patch for that game. That hasn't happened to me in a long time, but it is happening to me right now in Diablo 4, and I'm thinking, gosh, this must be how my community feels for Convergence. They're just sitting there like waiting on a patch. Like a lot of them probably. But this patch is going to be awesome, so it's going to be worth the wait, I think. Diablo Convergence, dude. Could you imagine? Could you imagine like us modding, like if Diablo was like a single player game and we could actually do that? That'd be so sick, actually. I would really enjoy modding Diablo, I think. I think I could make it way better, if I'm honest. My spreadsheets get destroyed and I have to do nearly 110% playthrough to check everything again. Yeah, shit. Thanks to bro, that's like us when FromSoft patches the game for us. They're like, well, how much of this information is garbage now?
Come over here, would you?
Chat, should I go the front way or the back way? %50 conversion is my retail. Front or no balls? I mean, front is like, I think of it as the skipping content way, but yeah, that's fine.
The guard you breached. Well, but of course.
The gate! I'm gonna push this. But yeah, guys, I am working really hard right now on my YouTube channel. So go follow the YouTube. Go sub to the YouTube. Because all these like class breakdowns and class playthroughs I'm doing are all going to be edited, curated YouTube content now. I'm really putting a big emphasis on it at this point. Trying to grow the YouTube. I'm trying to get like better at the YouTube stuff, but also faster at the YouTube stuff, like producing videos quicker. It's the editing is obviously not the fastest thing in the world. Don't know all the triggers to that stuff. No, I don't know all of them. I mean, I think some of our map guys might know, actually, but I don't know if I do. Asked this a lot. Favorite class? Yeah, I actually got asked that earlier today in the stream. I think, like, it's not really like which, like some of the classes came out really, really strong in terms of like they're exactly what like I was envisioning for the class. You know, like it's precisely what I was hoping for the class. And like I'd say like Storm Sorcerers pretty like executed the way I wanted. Lava executed the way that I wanted. I think this patch that finally Golden Order will be executed the way that I wanted, or at least something closer. I do quite like this class a lot too. I think this class is really, really cool. Like it's thematic and it also has like a very distinct style, which to me is like that's the two halves you want. You want a solid theme, but also a solid style that's distinct. And, like, that's so good. Even when spells are, like, a little too strong or a little too weak, like, balance isn't quite right, doesn't matter. As long as they have, like, the good theme and the style is its own thing. And I love, love, love that. And, like, for me, like, there's certain ones that, like, the theme is stronger than the style, right? Like, for me, Godskin, like, Godslayer, the theme is so awesome. I, like, love Godslayer theme, like, the lore and everything, that it almost forgives, like, imbalances or them being like too weak or too strong, like, because I just love it so much. So it's harder for me to have like good solid perspective on those, you know. Thanks, Sarah. It seems there to be a trigger left for Radahn's festival to start, as some people at Redmane with festival active without doing the dungeon itself. So Van Haren, the thing about that is I don't know in patch 1.2 if I can fix it diagnostically, because I don't know if people got an early version of 1.2 and then triggered a bunch of flags because of the whole problem that was happening with the Talisman shop, right? And then like that fucked up that character, and then they like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's really hard on 1.2 to know if that's like diagnostically true. But if it is, meaning they like got the patch after all the hotfixes and they somehow triggered the festival on a brand new character, then I really want to know what they did. I want to know what progression they took to make that happen. And if they can tell me that, then that's useful. But I haven't had anyone actually say, like, I got it all after all the hotfixes, and I started a new character, and I'm not running any other mods, right? And this happened to me. That I haven't been able to recreate it myself, right? And no one on the team has either, so. 1.3, is it not going to be better to start from scratch? It's always better every single patch to start from scratch. If you want to avoid bugs, you always start from scratch every single patch. That is what I will always say and what I have always said. In 1.3 though, you're going to by default be starting a new save file, so that means you won't have any characters. You can disable it, and I'm providing instructions on how to disable that so you can use the characters you had, but it's not recommended. It's recommended you always start a new character, so. We have gotten those reports. Well, then I'd really like to know the progression the person took through the game, like everything they did to make that happen. Because if they tell me exactly what they did, then I can do it and see if I can recreate it. Because I haven't been able to recreate it with any playthrough. You know what I'm saying? Like, at all. And there might be just something important that I'm missing, right? Like, you know, like something like if you kill Melania or something, then like it triggers festival. I don't know. Frenzy Flame's save is still haunted. Well, the save is, I mean, that's the thing, is once you trigger a flag on your save is fucked. You know, like the flag is fucked. You have to start a new one. It's the nature of playing a game, you know, something that's still under development, right? Does dot damage scale with stats like poison, rot, faith, arcane, for example? Nope. Nope. Not it, the damage portion never will. What do I need for this? Let's see. +5. So what, I need large? I think there's some large just like chilling academy, right? Traveling to Liurnia and Limgrave as if they beat Godric and Renala in the two areas and then went to Redmane. Another went straight there after the start and the festival had begun already. I genuinely can't find a common factor. Well, that's the thing, right? Like, I have done both of those things and it doesn't happen to me. So I'm not convinced when people report that stuff that they are starting with a fresh save, that they have downloaded most recently, that they don't have any other mods installed, like, or they're not running on Seamless. Like, all of those things could cause this shit to happen. I'm just not convinced that that's fucking true. Because I can do exactly those two things, and I will not have this problem. So... Why level up Faith Arcane Servant of Rot class? Like, yeah, you need, it's a requirement for your spells, and also like for weapons you might be using. But plus, like, Servant of Rot, some of the spells do damage. They're not just dots, right? Like, you could use Servant of Rot as just a dot factory if you wanted, but it also has things like Pest Threads and Pest Darts. Rotten Breath deals damage up front. Rot Spray deals damage up front. Right? Like, it increases the damage of all of those things. Did you do this? Yes. Did you actually? No. Right. Right, well that's the other thing, is they might say, like, the broad strokes of what they did, but there might be some very specific little detail that that caused it to happen that is actually the root of the problem, right? Poison Rot, once it's proc, that's it. The damage is fixed. Yep, that's right. That's right. That's always how dots work in Souls games. There's no like scaling associated with dots. I mean, I guess like you could build them in such a way that there could be actually. Yeah, no. Sometimes there is scaling associated with dots. I take it back. It is possible to have scaling associated with dots, but those ones in particular, there is not. Like, it's possible. Just yeah. Honestly, like, creating dots that scale is it's kind of a weird thing. Like, in Dark Souls 3, I noticed that making dots that scale was, like, insanely overpowered. Like, it was so good. It was just ridiculously strong. Whereas in this game, it seems a lot less strong because the system that you use in order to make a dot scale is just in the special effect parameter, where basically it's like, will you allow, it's just basically a thing, a checkbox says, will you allow scaling? Yes, no, basically. And the one that was set up in, like, the exact nature of it, like how it works on the back end is unclear, right? Like, it's unclear if you're allowing scaling to the weapon that you're using or what, right? It doesn't seem to be affected by the weapon, though. I will say that. Because, like, okay, so think about it this way. You shoot a bullet. The bullet has an attack param, or it doesn't have an attack param. It kind of depends. And then the bullet has a thing on it that applies a special effect. And the special effect is the thing that deals the dot damage, right? Not the bullet, not the attack parameter. The special effect deals the dot damage, right? So you with me so far? There's nothing really that tethers a special effect to the scaling of a weapon. Like, there's no function within the game that, like, links the special effect damage to weapon damage. Like, weapons seem to be linked to, like... Weapon damage seems to be linked to things like spells or, like, arrow projectiles or the weapon hit itself through the behavior parameter. But nothing that really links a special effect to attack parameters. Like, you'd have to re-reference a behavior to do that. And so dots are pretty much all just on their own special effects. And the weird thing is that you do this little checkbox that says allow scaling, and you're telling it what to scale with. You're saying, like, allow int scaling, allow base scaling, and you don't exactly know what the scaling is. Like, you don't know, like, okay, how much benefit per point of int is this gaining, right? Like, it doesn't have a frame of reference. Like, you're not, like, on a weapon, you have all these numbers you plug in to determine that part. But it just seems like for special effects, there is no, like, little details. It's just using some kind of back-end system that it's, like, happy to use, and it doesn't tell you anything about it. So it's always this question of just like, oh, I don't know how fucking good that is. I guess it's good. Because every time I've done it so far in this game where I've allowed scaling on a special effect, like a dot, it's been piss terrible. It, like, it does increase it, but by very little. So I don't know what the base calculator is. It's a little bit annoying, honestly. Because if it was set up like the DS3 one, I would know it would be super effective. If that makes sense. I don't feel like I have a way to turn that up or down. Percentage-based dots are flat. But either one, you can make either one scale. It's possible. This is bad. I think I'm dead here. Yeah, there's nothing you can do in that situation. I guess, like, my best chance was to try to get close, but... Same situation. Yeah. I actually, so at the beginning of this stream, ZX, I did a class breakdown, and I addressed that particular point, like, for like 10 minutes straight. Yes, the answer is yes.
to our home, bathed in
Dots in
rays
general
of
just seem OP
gold.
from a gameplay perspective. You being able to damage the boss without even needing to interact with most of the mechanics, and scaling them and making the boss even more trivial. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about scaling, right? Is like, because we don't know what the what the scaling value is in the special effect param, it's kind of impossible to like enable dot scaling, right? Because we don't know what we're getting ourselves into. It's much better to control the dots based with the right ratio of flat and percentage damage, because you could apply both. You can apply a rate of flat and a rate of percentage onto each dot, and so like that's the best way, where like you have both going on, and you sort of like have to figure out like, okay, so what is the correct ratio of these for the type of dot that it is, how much it costs, how fast it casts, how reliably it tracks, how long does it last. All those things have to be a factor. And the truth is that finding that balance was relatively straightforward in DS3, but in this game is way less straightforward. Largely because the way the boss mechanics work in this game, and the size of the boss health pools in this game, right? Like, the boss health pools early game are one thing, and then the boss health pools like late game are wildly different, and they're a much bigger disparity in this game than they are in Dark Souls 3. So that makes the percentage-based dots inherently much stronger in this game, because you have this huge health pools of certain bosses in this game, where in DS3 you didn't really have such huge disparity. So balancing dots is really, really, really hard in this game. It's not that I'd say they're inherently OP, because it all comes down to numbers, right? Like, if it costs a shitload of FP, it's slow to cast, and then the dot is like only marginally effective, then that's not OP at all, right? In fact, it's easy to make a dot literally dog shit, where it's negligible. The damage just does not matter to anyone, right? Like, that's easy. The hard part is making it effective, and it's a good play style, but doesn't feel like to a certain degree. Aren't dots always going to feel cheesy? Like, no matter what you do, the dot playstyle is a cheesy one, right? Like, inherently. So you have to kind of accept that when you're deciding, I'm going to make a class that's dot oriented, right? You have to be like, okay, this is kind of what this class wants to do, right? So you can balance that a whole bunch of different ways. You can balance it through cost. You can balance it through accuracy or reliability. You can balance it through speed, and yeah, and there's like a lot of different ways you can deal with it, right? Or you can balance it through the actual amount of damage, right? I don't mind a good cheese, dude. Like, for some players, and I've definitely been this player before, that sometimes a cheesy playstyle can feel really fun. Right? You're just like, yeah, fuck you. Like, it's a disrespect, right, for the boss. Right? So I kind of don't mind celebrating, like, certain cheesy playstyles. If that's what you want out of your game experience, then fucking go for it. You know, like, I'm not here to stand in the way of what people find to be fun. I'm trying to celebrate all the different ways that people have fun in games. And honestly, being cheesy can be really fun. So... Okay. Okay. Sort of like a bleed, but spreading the dot, speeding the dot up so it does one bit of pop damage, though, so that it would lose the dot aspect. Maybe a weapon hit, so it scales with the weapon damage. I think you need to describe it a little bit more. I understand what you're saying. You're saying that, like, at a certain point in the dot, maybe the dot cancels and, like, delivers damage up front at once or something. But describe exactly what you mean in more detail, because some things like that are possible, and some things with some other details are not. So it kind of depends on what you mean. Everyone wants to cheese until Skarta shows up, and then it's feedback time to ask for nerfs. Well, you know what's funny to me about that is that Skarta is no more designed to beat spells than Radahn is. It's literally like the same level of spell hate. But no one's complaining about Radahn. Because people are used to Radahn. So they've been fighting him for longer. So they like understand how to fight him better. So given time, the same thing will happen with Skarda. Apply dot, hit mob with weapon, and make the dot do more damage faster. Oh, you're saying accelerate the dot. Interesting. Depending on the weapon scaling for the dot specifically. Oof. I mean, I think what you're describing is technically possible, but goddamn, that would be a tremendous amount of work to do. Like months to do. Because you'd have to apply an innate special effect to every single weapon and every single weapon infusion, and each one be different depending on what the scaling type is. And then you'd have to write a script for each one that says, when this special effect is happening and this other special effect happens, then remove the dot special effect and apply a new dot special effect. So you'd need a new dot special effect for each accelerated version, and you'd have to write a line of script for each accelerated version. Yeah, that would fucking suck. Technically possible, though. I've heard plenty of complaints about Radahn and his deflections. Yeah, I guess I don't hear it because they're complaining about mod-specific stuff, right? Like, they're not necessarily complaining to me about Radahn because we didn't make Radahn, right? But I haven't heard that many complaints about Radahn in the context of the mod, honestly. Like, not very many compared to Skarda. Like, the thing about Skarda is, like, I've fought him, like, all kinds of different ways. Like, I've fought him with all kinds of different builds. And the best way to fight him is using parries, whether or not you're riposting him or not. Like, it doesn't matter if you're riposting, right? Just parrying him is, like, the best way to deal with his, like, combo chains. You know, even if you're gonna then, like, slap him with, like, a catch flame or something, it's still, like, it's the thing he's weakest against. And he's like remarkably weak to it because it only takes one parry to stagger him, right? So like every boss in every Souls game has a list of strengths and a list of weaknesses, things that they're very good at dealing with and some things that they're not so good at dealing with. Skarda's just another one of those, right? He's just like good at dealing with like ranged projectiles, you know, he's good at doing that. But like, and he's very bad at dealing with someone who's parrying him, right? And, like, he does have windows and openings to punish him. They're often kind of on the short side, but they're not even, like, the shortest windows in the game, really. There's other bosses that have even shorter or more difficult windows to, like, capitalize on than him. He just does a fuckload of damage because he's an in-game boss, you know? Like, in terms of design overall, he's not the most technically challenging. He's up there. Like, he's in the probably top, like, 4 or 5 technically challenging bosses. But he just also does a fuckload of damage. So people are... And he's required. So people might kind of hit a brick wall with him. But the truth is, this is what I've said before, Skarda will not be the hardest boss in this mod by the time we're done. As an end boss, or you change sometime in the future? I have a big, ambitious plan for the end game. My plan, in the broad strokes, is to make the final encounter a choice. Depending on what you have done in your playthrough. More like Sekiro then. Well, more branching paths, right? Like have more choices than that. Like I'd like to have like 4 or 5 choices, depending on like. I'd like to kind of tether it to like what ending you're going for. Why did it break my lock on? Why did it not backstab? Still alive, eh? So if we go with Ronnie, I have another boss. So here's how I want it to work. This is what's in my mind, and I don't know like how feasible or possible this will end up being because I have no clue. So I make no promises if this will actually work. But what I want to do is make it so that you know how when you progress through the game you can get various mending runes, right? You can get like mending rune of death or mending rune of perfect order or whatever the fuck. The idea is that instead of putting those on the Marika statue after you kill the final boss, you put them on the doorway, the golden light. Right, it says, what do you want to do here? It gives you a choice depending on which ones you have, right? It might just say like, you know, the generic one, meaning I'm not doing anything, or brandish the mending rune of death, or brandish the whatever. Like the idea is that you're going in with this intention, and depending on which one you choose, you will get a different boss encounter, right? It might be Radahn, an Elden Beast. It might be Radahn and something else. It might be something else, an Elden Beast. It might be just whatever, right? Like, it depends. It might be Marika. It might be Ronnie herself. It might be a reincarnated Godwin. It might be... I don't know. I'm just spitballing here. Hey, Firefist, thank you for the tier 1. What is going on with my alerts? What the fuck? Let me see. Hang on, let me see if I can fix it. Refresh cache. Okay, that should fix it. Refresh cache. Okay, so someone type in chat. Let me see if that fixed it. Yeah, that worked. Okay, so I think they're both going to work now. Reminded me to sub again? Okay, yeah. You can always go back and check the VOD for my responses, though, right? That means I'm going to have to go to NG+7 to get all the spreadsheet data for the inventory. No, you won't, because you can just refight the boss. Right, you can just use the boss refight system. I already thought of that. Yeah, you want it so the player can choose which in-game encounter they get after beating it? Well, no, like if you choose first, you fight the boss, and then the resurrection thing will just say final encounter, and then when you go back, it's reset, and it asks you which one you want to brandish again at the beginning again, so you can choose a different one if you like. Right, so the final encounter is reset. You can just do it again. I feel like it'll be doable. I do. Yeah, you gotta show ID. You gotta show ID at the door, dude. Is Saliva still stingy in his spell shop? What do you mean by stingy? It's not there. Oh no, we fixed that. It's members only, yeah. Private club. Hey chat, what's your favorite boss in Elden Ring, and why is it Ulcerated Tree Spirit? Pretty in character for him to tell you he'll teach you magic and then just not. Can't see what he'll do. Yeah, or like you just get shoved by a fucked up hitbox when you're against the wall and you just get hit by it just because. Tell them how to get it. Even when you turn the game off, you're still... Yeah, it just never stops, dude. It's like the Ulcerated Tree Spirit invades your desktop. Favorite boss is Duo Gargoyles because it's so fair. Also true. Legitimate. The only thing that would make it more fair is 2 more Gargoyles. That's fairness. Absolute fairness. At least 2 more, right. The more Gargoyles, the more fair. I think we all know that. Right? Like, every incremental gargoyle that gets added to the fight, the more fair it becomes. It's like exponential fairness. I mean, Downpour is pretty good, right? The smaller the room becomes, right? That makes sense. Make it the 4, but actually 5 kings, but just gargoyles. Can you replicate the tree sentinel bug with the poison instances for the gargoyles? The gargoyles are gonna go bye-bye, dude. Like, make no mistake. The gargoyles are not long for this world. like replicate the tree sentinel bug with the poison instances of the gargoyles. Surprised they lasted this long into development. Yeah, well, it's just because Kaimar, we were like halfway through Kaimar and then we had to stop for a while because we were waiting on something. That's why. Also, I'm thinking that the deep root or tree travel might actually go away. Yep. That's possible as well. So should we kill Radahn, Rykard, or Astel? I'd probably rather not Astel because he can't frostbite. So Rykard or Radahn, chat. So the thing is, if we're going to remove the Deeproot teleporter, we're going to add more ways into Deeproot. But the idea is that the room where the dual gargoyle is right now is completely fucking pointless in the mod. Like 100%, right? Because you can just literally skip it. There's no reason to do it. And so by removing that, we make that fight, whatever fight happens in that room, actually useful. And so like that's something we're definitely keeping on the list of like possible progression options. Radahn will die too fast. You think so? Why don't we go test balance? Why don't we go fight Radahn for balance testing, and then we can make a decision if he needs a buff. What do you guys think about that? Because I could buff him. I could buff him right now. Make me regret wanting to fight Radahn. That's how much you want me to buff him? You want me to buff him to the point where he's like, oh my god, this guy fucks. I want to hurt. Make him a fucking problem. I mean, we haven't even messed with his moveset yet. Like, we will, but... Should be the mightiest of the demigods. I don't know if I agree with that lore-wise. Like, he's all fucked up now. Like, he used to be, probably, but now he's just kind of... I mean, he was like a rival for Melania right before, where they kind of fought to a stalemate. But, like, now he's, like, brains all rotted, and he, like, eats corpses like a dog. You know, now that I think about it, wouldn't it thematically, like lore-wise, make sense if when Radahn like hit you, he rotted you, like he built rot on you, because he's all like corrupted with rot, right? That's like the whole story. Deserve the strongest boss. So many people are just like, Radahn's like the biggest Chad. I love Radahn, blah blah blah. I actually found Radahn to be pretty stupid. I'm not gonna lie. Like my first impression of Radahn, I did not find the boss to be very interesting or exciting or like thematically. I'm not talking about like the mechanics of the fight. Those were also problematic, but like I found the fight to be just like meh. Like the tiny horse thing and then the no feet thing just threw me, dude. I was just like, that is not a cool boss. It just looks like a fucking cartoon because he's got this little tiny horse. Like it doesn't, I don't know. I had a lot of trouble taking him seriously. That's the idea. What, for him to be a cartoon? For him to be dumb as fuck? Okay. Like, it's not off-putting in, like, a creepy way, like Aldrich. It's off-putting in a stupid way, like a caricature. Now, that said, I do think the fight is really epic, right? Like, the idea that, like, he's this, like, fucking walking fortress of a guy that takes, like, an army to fight effectively was, like, conveyed extremely well because of the size of the arena and the fact that you had to, like, summon. Like, and you're, like, the idea was for you to summon, right, to fight him well. I thought all of that was super cool. I basically just had trouble with the character design itself, would be the way to put it, right? Checking the pathing for enemies is still messed up in this rampart. Oh, it is. And it's going to stay that way until we are able to implement nav mesh. Launches rocks at you basically above. Well, no, like I was saying, like, I think that the fight has really cool things, right? I think there's certain aspects of the fight that are really, really cool. There's a cinematic quality to Radahn's fight that I really appreciate and is not always very easy to convey in a game like this. And they did a great job with that. I think it's fantastic. I just think Radahn himself, like the design of the character, is where I struggled a bit. Is really what I'm trying to say. Hey, Berzero, what up, man? How are you? What's the closest class to Cryomancer from DS3 Convergence? Well, it's either... I mean, it's going to be Frost Witch. Probably. Frost Witch. But I guess, like, closest to Cryomancer in what way? Like, in terms of theme or in terms of play style? Like, which parts of Cryomancer did you enjoy? Taking the idea of some kind of exploration mode, which reduces fast travel everywhere and forces you to traverse areas that go against the mod vision. Well, so I think what you're really talking about, right, is the Erd Tree teleporters, right? In theme? Well, the closest one in theme is probably Frost Witch. Well, so ZX, I would point out, you don't have to use the Erd Tree teleporters. You could have an exploration mode yourself, right? Nothing is preventing that. We've just given you extra options, and you don't have to use them. That's the thing about adding extra options. And just like any Souls game, it's always up to you to decide... how you want to play the game, like what's the most fun for you. That said, we are planning on adding a little bit of gatekeeping. We're going to create a whole new suite of mini bosses, like a whole bunch of them, and the mini bosses will be specific to whatever area that they are guarding, basically. And the Erd Tree sentries and Erd Tree avatars are going to be replaced in not all, but in some of the Erd Tree teleport locations. And we're going to write it so that when you arrive at an Erd Tree teleport location, meaning you've used a teleporter, you are closed in and you will fight that boss that is guarding that Erd Tree teleporter in order to progress through the zone. You can't leave the teleporter location until you kill that boss, okay? And that boss will be scaled to that area. So this way, you're going to have a whole bunch of new mini-bosses, which is something we already wanted to do, right? That are interesting and different, right? Something like what the Erdtree Sentry is, basically. Like, he's like a reskinned Zamorb with, like, slightly different attacks and slightly different timings. So you could kind of expect things like that. But they're, like, specific to the zone, right? And so there might be a situation where you're just like, man, if I go to Consecrated, I get all these Sombers. It's like, yeah, but you have to deal with the Consecrated scaling mini-boss who might fucking destroy you at level 10 or whatever, right? And so that way, you have to pay for it a bit. You know what I'm saying? And if, like, you're really good, you could still do it. If you know the boss really well, you could still do it. But it's a slightly higher cost to do it, basically. And if you were to approach the Erdtree from the outside, meaning you didn't teleport to there, you approach it from the outside, you are not closed in at all. This script that closes you in only occurs if you've traveled there, and only if you don't obviously control the grace and haven't killed the boss yet. Basically, that's the plan. That's the hope. Current system gives a little too much freedom. You know, I don't necessarily think that it does, but one thing I want to do, like one of our primary goals, one of our primary visions, is to make make Elden Ring feel more like Souls, right? And like what Souls is, if you boil it down, is, you know, no riding across the map for 65% of the time of your playthrough. Instead, it's all like fighting bosses, doing dungeons, right? Essentially, that's Souls content, is when you're doing dungeons, fighting bosses. So this is another way to basically shoehorn in a bunch more boss encounters and make it more Soulsy, right? Because you're skipping horse riding by traveling and you're getting a boss out of it. So it's kind of perfect. It's like perfectly in line with what we want, right? But then also we're going to build out more legacy dungeons, have more elaborate mini dungeons. We're going to have more structures, more towns. Like in the end, like we'll probably end up having a shitload more map area dedicated to dungeon exploring and therefore less torrent activated collisions. So like you ride into this place, this town or whatever, and then you get off a torrent. So that way the progression that you go through it is more controlled in like a Soulsy sort of style, where like just more legacy dungeons in general would provide this as well, right? Can't get plus in Somber within the first 10 minutes of a save anymore. Sense to me. Hadn't slept yet. Someone corrected me saying he was up early, not late. No, I haven't slept yet.
Welcome! The stars have aligned! The festival...
Yeah, the funny thing about that, ZX, is that a lot of people are like, you know, they're setting themselves up optimally, like, really early, right? Like, they're getting, like, their plus 10 weapon, blah, blah, blah. But what's funny is that the distance between plus 0 and plus 10 is much less in the mod than it was in vanilla. So I think what they'll find once we implement the system that sort of gatekeeps late game areas is that even if they go into, like, Godric at plus 5, it's not tremendously harder than if they went in at plus 8. You know, like, it's not that different, right? And that's something I've done by design so that they can take on a boss like Godric or Renala or whatever with like plus 4, plus 5 and not feel like they're being put upon, not feel like they're being like bullied for not doing a long setup. Because I want to try to not eliminate, but de-incentivize the long setup that players like to do. You know, that like challenge runners and speed runners always do. They like run around and gather everything first and then they go fight bosses, which to me is like, I'd prefer a more organic progression, you know? And so I might end up making reinforcement matter even less at some point and make the talismans that you get from killing bosses more powerful and more effective to the build. We're also planning on bringing back, do you guys remember from DS3 the shells? Remember shells? The DS3 mod? No clue what that is. So in the DS3 mod, what we did was we made a series of rings, which in Dark Souls 3, rings are talismans, right? And they, what there was a whole bunch of enemies that were like made into augmented versions of already existing enemies, like super mobs, basically, right? Like elites or something. Like there were special bosses, and they were roaming the world in different places. And if you killed one, then you would get an item. And with that item, you could buy a shell. And the shell was a special ring. And there was one for every class. And that ring had tremendous power. It was more powerful than every other talisman in a single slot. It was basically like worth like 2 in one slot, but only for that one class that you bought it for. So it allowed you to have like class specificity with your talisman setup, right? And we are going to do this again. We're going to implement essentially the shells, but they're going to have a new name and they're going to be different things, but we're going to do this. We're going to give certain talismans that are just like, this is for your class. But the difference is that in this mod, what we're going to do is we're going to give them drawbacks to the other builds. So the idea is that it helps your build, but if you were to wear it with another build, it would hurt you. It would not help you, right? And so that way it's way more like, this ring is like, I am this class. This is how I'm playing. This is what I'm doing. But, I mean, in this one, the reason why we're doing that is because there's going to be 27 different ones to choose from, right? Because there's 27 classes. And so there's so many that, like, we definitely want them to be, like, very specific, right? The greater foes, yeah. There was no drawbacks to the shells in the DS3. They're basically just meta items, yeah. I didn't realize how big that fucking AoE was. The bonfire scared the crap out. Yeah, that one was fun because like we got to take away a bonfire, so you would think this is my spot of safety, and then you'd run there, and there's a fucking greater foe instead. It was so troll. It was just like, oh fuck. But what's funny is it was kind of fair because there's that warning, right? Like there's the grading, right, with the bars. And so you could technically see him before you got there, but no one ever looked. They would just run to the bonfire thinking, oh yeah, this is the safe spot. And then the fucking greater foe's like, chop your fucking head off. 3 tries for Godric and the fight was longer. Yeah, okay. But I only died to Godric because of his one absolute bullshit attack, right? His attack that we're probably going to change because it's brain dead. It's like, if you're at a certain distance, you cannot survive it. Like, it's so fucking bullshit. That attack needs to change. So I'm not really counting those deaths as like a balance thing. Those are just like a problem that needs to be fixed. But like, if that attack, if there was a way to accurately evade it at that distance, then I probably would have killed him first try, right? But that's just because there's no real reason to die to Godric. His moveset's simple, like once you know it. It's just that one attack has the potential to kill you. Yeah, the Fire Breath, yeah. Cheese the greater foe with the Skelly Ball? Yeah, you can, yeah. It just, it's he doesn't take much damage from it, but yeah. Second go around, I checked the grading, and I was like, I'll be damned. Dude, I cheese him through the grading. On, like, all of my no-hit runs, I cheesed him through the grading. Not kidding. Like, every no-hit run that I accomplished for DS3 Convergence, I killed that guy through the grading. Oh, I'm not saying it's, like, not evadable, Solemn. What I'm saying is that you need to get behind him to evade it consistently, or you need to be far enough away that you can outdistance it with, you know, and have enough cushion, right? There's no wall. I'm not saying like I played it perfectly or anything. I'm just saying that there's certain distances where you can't get in close enough in time and you can't get far away enough in time. And that's the problem. That's the only problem, basically. Fire attacks in this game love being janky as hell. I know exactly why. Is that what they've done is they've given them the parameter called hit flare. The way hit flare works is it makes contact with the collision, and then it's programmed to travel along the collision. Okay? And so it tracks along the ground. And all of these attacks, and every single time they've tried to use this in every other previous Souls game, it has worked the same way. And every single time they use it, it is buggy as fuck. It's effective in the sense that, like, if a dragon was to breathe fire down onto the ground, right, then yes, the flames would spread forward. They would rebound off the ground and they would spread forward, right, almost like a rolling wave. Like, that makes sense logically. The problem is the way that it's actually programmed is really scuffed. What happens is, let's say that it's hitting a flat plane, and the plane is 100% flat. It will work absolutely perfectly. The problem is there is no plane that is 100% flat. It's not in reality, and also not really in the game either. So what happens is it'll hit a rock, and the rock has weird shaped polygons on it that are like irregular. And so it'll hit that rock, and it might hit a certain polygon, which makes it go like or completely back the other fucking direction. And they're programmed to have a certain lifespan. That's how bullets, that determines the range of bullets, is how long the bullets last, right? So it's going to live out its lifespan now traveling this way, which, by the way, is not how fucking fire works at all, right? Like, so you're fighting Fire Giant, he breathes his shit out of his mouth, it hits a rock, you've completely evaded the fucking fire breath, but yet somehow a beam of fire finds you on the far right side of the screen because it hit some fucked up rock and came shooting off all the way to the right and hits you from a million miles away. Like, it's just not well done, basically. And the truth is, from like, one thing I do understand really well in this game system, it's what I've spent the most time like studying and working on, is bullets, right? And like, if you're using that feature where it tracks along the ground, there's no real way to fix this problem. Like, not really. So okay, so here's the issue. It's the devil's in the details on these things. Basically, what would need to happen is that what you would do is you'd have a bullet that says when this bullet terminates, turn into a new bullet, and that new bullet has the follow the ground geometry thing, okay? Then you would have a bullet going down, and then it transforms into a new bullet as it starts traveling along the ground, okay? So far, so good. A lot of them are already built this way. And then what you would need to do is make it so that when it terminates again, meaning when it hits something, it disappears. It doesn't transform into anything. But in order for that to work, what you would need is for the bullet that's traveling along the ground to not be making contact with the ground. Because if it was traveling along the ground and it was making contact with it, then it just simply would just like terminate instantly, because it would be like, I just hit the ground, I need to stop, right? But they don't work that way. The way they work is that they are making contact with the ground the whole time, which means that they need to have a little checkbox that says, is penetrate map. They literally don't work unless they're penetrating the map. So they hit a piece of map, and then the collision counts, and then they go flying off in another direction. They don't terminate instead of just terminating like they should. They just fly off another direction because they're penetrating the map, basically. Can't differentiate the wall from ground geometry. No. Like, there's 3 types of geometry. There's characters, that's 1. There's map, that's 2. And there's objects, that's 3. That's it. That's all. And so, like, you could differentiate between an object and a map. But when it comes to, like, arenas, right, all the little rocks on the ground and shit, some of them are objects, some of them are map. It depends. It depends on the size and shape of the rock. Trees, usually objects, sometimes, you know, it's, or a stump might be part of the map. Like, it's, yeah. PC's been set up. That was fast. Every wall has to be a character. Yeah, just give them all health bars. You know, it's funny because actually objects all do have health bars, technically. Oh, I forgot to put that on. All right, chat. So I killed Radahn. I couldn't one-cycle him with Cragbolt Mine. I couldn't one-cycle him with Cragbolt Mine with the Dragonkin Scepter at +9. Even if I had the proper Talisman setup going, I still wouldn't have been able to do it. It wouldn't have been enough damage. So you guys think that Radahn needs a buff, right? His damage seemed perfectly adequate. What do you guys think? You think his because when he hit me, it took off like more than half of my life, like almost every single time he hit me. He hit me like a couple of times, right? Now, obviously, this armor is mid, right? It's not the worst armor in the world, but it's not the best armor in the world, right? So, what do we think? Do we think he needs more? I mean, I think the most obvious thing is more HP, but what about damage? It's the HP that's too low. Okay. Only had to mount the graphics driver. Oh, that's... Oh, okay. I was like wondering why the fuck... What if we could destroy sections of the map with Comet, Azure, Chaos Beam? I mean, you can make it so you can destroy buildings and shit. You can do that, but you can't destroy pieces of map. That doesn't work. Remove his resistances? You mean status resistances? Well, I wouldn't do that now. If I was going to make a change here, it would just be like HP. Is the average Convergence player running with Vigor that low? Well, so I'm asking. That's why I'm asking you guys about the damage, right? Because you guys probably level Vigor more than me. I don't level Vigor, so like if you guys think the damage is fine based on your playthroughs, then I'll take your word for it. Hey, you guys want to see something cool? She's coming together. Is it an axe or a twin blade? It's neither. It's like a shodel. It's like a sickle. Alright, first things first. Let's take a look here. I'm going to check in special effects to see if we have a custom for him. I think we might, but I'm not sure. Let's see. Area scaling Radahn. Yeah, here he is. So we have adjusted him. That kind of proves that we have adjusted him. Okay, here we go. So, let me just double check something here. I don't think... Yeah. Okay. It's so confusing, honestly, because, like, the stamina rate on the boss determines, like, their posture. Even though this is registered as poise on the other end. Like, on the input end, it's poise, but on the output end, it's stamina rate. Area scaling. Well, so if you look at this without the search, so here's how it goes, right? Like Stranded Graveyard, blah 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 blah. That really all these are just special effects applied to enemies to adjust them either as individuals or as groups, depending on where they are, right? So it's the easiest way to like nerf or buff a boss is to make its own area scaling, basically. So, all right. So let me just think for a moment here. So he has right now a 538% HP increase from his base HP, which is, you know, that doesn't really mean anything, right? Because the base is the base. So if we wanted to increase his total HP by 20%, then we would take this number 5.38 and we would multiply it times 1.2. Right. And so increasing his damage, I'm not sure. Like, I'm just not sure about increasing his damage. That's the thing I'm sort of puzzling right now. So the damage is down here. So this was like copied from an area scaling where you would be applying it to all kinds of enemies. Now, he may not do lightning damage, but he still has like a multiplier for it just because everything has a multiplier for everything, right? Like, so it's not like that relevant, but... Okay, so let's say this is 5.4. So 5.4 times 1.2. So that's a 20% increase. What do you guys think? Does that sound fair? I mean, he'll definitely have a lot more HP if I do this. Like, he will definitely have more. 20% HP. That's what I'm saying, yeah. You can see how that plays out. Alright, we can try it. Why don't I just round up? 6.5. So it's slightly more than 20%. You're thinking 30%? Eh. You never want to make these changes like... I very rarely will make a change like this that's more than 20%. 20% is about the max I'll try at once, because you can just get things that get just out of control way too easily. It's better to do little nudges than a big push. Always, when you're doing balance stuff, Little nudges are the key. And if you have to make another little nudge, great. But you just want to do, like, you want to just nudge it into place, just barely. You know, you never want to overshoot if you can avoid it. Make drastic changes and break shit. Alright. So, stamina attack rate, like what this is basically how easily he breaks shields. Which, I mean, his individual attacks have a multiplier on them. This doesn't need to be adjusted. But this part, his actual damage, alright? So what I'm thinking here is that a lot of people feel like Radahn's damage is good, and some people are saying, yeah, I feel like he could hit harder. And so when I'm in that spot, what I'll do is give it a little nudge up, right? So I'm thinking a 10% increase, right? So 2.5 times 1.1. So this basically comes up to 2.75. And just for the sake of consistency, I'm going to do all of them. So 3.3 times. So that's 3.63. And then 2.8. Actually, it's 2.9 times 1.1. It's 3.19. There you go. All right, that's a buff. Pushed. Pushed and in. All right. Next thing I have to do. Am I spelling Radahn right? I think I am, right? Since he can't really chain attacks. I mean, he's got some combos. Definitely has combos. If you get caught in his blender combos, you're fucking dead. The other thing, too, is I have to think about these changes from the perspective of we might change this boss fundamentally in terms of moveset. So I'm trying to also make changes that, like, because I do have some ideas of, like, some of how I might change the way he fights. I'm also thinking about, like, when that happens, what changes can I make here that will make that still be good and fair? You know what I'm saying? I'm not just thinking about the boss as he is. I'm thinking about potentially a future version of the boss. You know? With different timings, maybe different combos, different chains, things like that. Alright, let's see here. I'm thinking about, like, how to navigate to the Dragonkin soldier. Weirdly, I think the fastest way is actually... I never considered this. I don't know if it's actually the fastest way, but I'm going to do it anyway. It's a way. Yeah, I just realized that this might actually have been faster from West Mount Gelmir Bird Tree. Like, I'm trying to go up the Seath Water. So I got to level 100. Lapland, thank you so much for the 4 months, dude. Poggers.
Poggers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I got to level 100 in Diablo. And... Hey, Sandman, thank you for the prime. Thank you. And, you know, I was thinking to myself, I was like, I kind of want to stop playing Diablo, at least until the first season. And I found myself just, like, kind of addictively playing it, and, like... And so I was like, the best way for me to stop playing would be for me to just hit level 100, because I have a feeling that once I hit level 100, I won't give a shit anymore, because there's kind of nothing to do except for maybe, like, get slightly better gear. But, like, why? I can already, like, do everything in the game. I can do, like, all the content, right? And, sure enough, dude, I hit level 100, and now I feel like playing the game is just completely pointless, since there's literally, like, no content after level 100, like, at all. There's, like, nothing special for getting there. Was I playing with B last night? Was I? Yeah, I think I played with B. I mean, I play with B all the time. Like, B and I play all the time. Like, we've been, like, we started playing when we were both, like, in our characters were in our 90s. And so, yeah. Oh, I forgot this fucking cave is poison. Oh yeah, FT, how's it going, man? I think we're friends now on Diablo. People are like, oh, what kind of character are you gonna play in season 1? And I'm just like, another sorcerer. And the reason why I'm going to play another sorcerer, I think, is actually kind of funny. The reason why is that respecking is so fucking obnoxious in that game that I feel like it actually just makes more sense to just play a different sorcerer with a different build. Because rebuilding your build is so cancer. Like, it's not even like a thing you ever want to do. The official version, it's gone. That is so odd. Like, it was there. Why the fuck did they take it away? I don't understand. Oh, get destroyed, idiot. Did you see that bubble volley, dude? He ate every bubble. Deserved it, true. Big deserve. Before everyone else. I don't know why I got that. I am definitely like that shortcut. Like, I'm that shortcut enjoyer. That's me. I enjoy that shortcut. Hey Carson. Like, it brought so much better, and it's only like half done. Ass locks. Stand in front of the chest in Lake of Rot and just sign off before. Carson, thank you for the 18 months, dude. Thank you, thank you. Hey. Big scam train. Big scam train hype. Get bubbled on, idiot! Okay. Yeah, we got Cragbolt Spear. Let's go. Flops down like a sack of potatoes. So you're asking where he came from? Up there, I guess. I don't know. Do I need Bubble Volley? Nah, I don't know. Like, I guess not. I guess I'll have Cragbolt Spear. Minefield's pretty fun, I guess. Probably don't need this, so just have Minefield. Ooh, I got Cragbolt Torrent. Oh, shit. Ooh, I can use it, too. Oh, God. Dude, that rune is so poggers, dude. I don't know, like, how well this class can cheese that Dragonkin, but I'm pretty sure this class can cheese that Dragonkin. I did get an extra Enchanted Remnant, which is great. What exactly is a Cragbolt? It's kind of like what happens when, like, you know, like, it's basically what happens when your mom gets really, really mad at you, and then, like, you know, she sneaks up behind you, like, while you're taking a piss, like, in the bathroom, and then she, like, smacks you upside the head, except her hand is covered in peanut butter. That's a Cragbolt. So. You know, it's really normal, common thing. Happens all the time. I hope that clears it up for you. So, like, I hope you understand, like, perfectly now. You should. Yeah, no problem. She always does that. Oh, this feels bad, man. Hey, Derp. What are we doing? We're doing some Dragonkin shiz. What are you doing? What's my stance on immunity talismans? I feel pretty good about them. I don't feel bad. This is on future patch. I always do testing and playing on future patch because it's more useful, right? A wood cutting board because it's the same color. Well, that does make sense, but it would only kind of make sense if she, like, glued her hand to it first, right? Just super glued it on there. I didn't mean to cast that. Oh my god. Dude, that bitch smack is... Oh, la 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 la. Did you see that backhand? Like, took off, like, all of my fucking HP. Oh, God. FP, please. FP? Okay, Pogger. It hit harder than I thought, right. Okay, this fuckbag up here, this guy. Up there. He will ruin your weekend. Up there. Can I get an ang on this guy, dude? Like an angle, bro? Nah, fuck it. I guess he's not gonna shoot me, right? Surely he won't shoot me, dude. Nah. I'm like, I got this guy. Fucking owned. This guy's, I'm gonna get him, dude. I'm gonna fuck him up. Okay, I'm gonna go the other way around. For now and laters are made. Dude, those things like were like the bane of all dental work. Those things like destroy your fucking teeth. Looks like lake of strawberry watermelon soup. Well, maybe, you know, we don't know the flavor of rot. Maybe that's exactly what it tastes like. Is there a place where I can do bug reports and feedback and such? Yeah, on the Discord. What is your bug report? Just I mean, is it a bug report or is it just feedback? Dude, can I do this? Ah. Might be known already. Just tell me. Just tell me what it is. It will be faster than the Discord. Oh, we're big cheesing right now. This is all going to get redesigned, so we can't cheese him. We have a plan. No! Don't be out of range. Custom port you guys did in case it had invisible walls. Some things didn't load, I suppose. That's all. Okay, so what you want to do is validate your game files. You want to go into Steam and validate the vanilla ER game. Validate the files. Oh wait, no, you're talking. Oh, you're talking about that thing. Oh yeah, no, never mind. Yeah, that's just being worked on. That's just being worked on. It's not done. You're talking about Calum Ruins. I thought you were talking about Redmane. Yeah, no, that's not you. That's just something that's not finished yet that accidentally got pushed into the patch. Okay. You don't need to validate your mom because she's a lovely human? Yeah, but everyone needs validation. Right? It would be nice if you validated your mom. She has the confidence, so she doesn't need validation. So I want to use wisdom. Ah, alright. I mean, violate. I don't know why, Mike, but when you said that, I thought of John Leguizamo from the Spawn movie. He played Clown and the Violator. Wasn't that the name of the fucking demon thing? The Violator? Okay, yeah, I thought that was the name. But the HBO animated series ruled. I think I remember the HBO animated series, and I think I remember it being awesome, yeah. But that movie was pretty not the best. Hey, did you ever watch the Tick? No, is it called the Tick? Not the Tick. The Max. The Max. Did you ever watch the Max? Where's the Tick? Of course, to both the Tick and the Max. Dude, the Max was fucking weird. Like, I stuck with it. I stuck it out all the way to the end, and the end was so deeply unsatisfying. What a weird fucking show. It was like right up there with Aeon Flux, the animated thing, right? Just weird shit going on, and you're not really sure why it's happening. It's just happening. And you're like, all right. Dude, you remember the Aeon Flux shorts? Like the short ones on fucking... Like in the early days, dude? Like the short Aeon Flux, like the Aeon Flux shorts I thought were fucking genius. I honestly thought they were fantastic. Liquid TV, exactly, dude, exactly. Well, it's when MTV actually had something to say. Okay. So glad I grew up in the 90s. I mean, growing up in the 90s was like thinking back on it now, like a little bit more subjective view. Like I liked a lot of the shit that happened in the 90s. I do. Like I was there for it, you know. But like there's definitely some shit that I like better now. Like a lot of shit I like better now. Like TV shows in general are much better now. They are just fucking TV shows are like long movies now. It didn't used to be that way at all. It's, like in general, back then, shows sucked. Shows were trash. And like if you wanted good quality stuff, you have to watch movies. And like now, it's just not true. Like television is like good. Like there's a lot of good TV now, which is just, you know, comedies suck. Now, I don't really watch comedies. Like I watch like dramas, mystery, fantasy, sci-fi. '90s gave us Simpsons and Seinfeld. Yeah, I mean those are good shows, but like there was like a handful of good shows from the '90s. Whereas like I feel like now there's like a ton of really good shows, like viable options for watching and binging, and they're all like good, like super well produced. Like the production value is insane. Whereas back then, like production value on shows is just like absolute dog shit by comparison, like comparatively, like as compared to movies, right? Like I don't have like nostalgia for shit. Like that's I'm not like a nostalgic person, right? Like there are people out there who they love something and they love it because they were young when they experienced it. I don't think I have that. Like that's not built into my personality at all. Like there's like I guess there's a couple of things that's true for, right? Just for me, like I think one of them is like the fucking movie Willow, right? Willow is like super nostalgic and I'll like always love it. But most things that like I was experiencing at that time, I don't just like arbitrarily love just because I was experiencing it at that time, at that age. You know, some people I feel like have that way harder than me. Like they have it like way more than I have it, if that makes sense. Like I've definitely noticed people are like way more biased for certain things because of the nostalgia that generate for them, like those feelings of like basically when they think about the thing, it transports them back into a time that was maybe like good or positive or happy for them or whatever. They just have like a really good association, so it's going to color their perspective. But like I think that what it might come from is the fact that when I was growing up, life was like, for me, it was like not particularly great. Like I don't have like these huge like, oh, I get such warm and gooey feelings about this time in my life. Like as I've gotten older, like life has just kind of gotten better. So maybe I'll get warm and gooey feelings for like this time in my life or something. Like later on. Yeah, that's the other danger, right? Let's see. There are things that I can't enjoy that I would like to. Right, okay. I hate when people accuse me of being nostalgic just because I like something old. Well, that's fair enough, right? You have to go back. I think like the only way that you could justify calling someone liking something for nostalgic reasons is if they haven't gone back and looked at it like with a fresh pair of eyes, right? Like, I don't know, like, because if you go back and look at something with a fresh set of lenses, sometimes the shit does not hold up at all, right? Like, there's definitely things like that I had kind of a rude awakening about. You know, you ever had like a rude awakening about some shit and you're just like, bro, this is ass. Like, this is not good. Most NES games can't play anymore. Yeah. Let some hold up. Yeah. Well, like, dude, I actually had a big dose of this like today. I was watching a streamer talk about why like Diablo 4 was bad, and whatever, that's their opinion. But they brought up footage of Diablo 1, and while they were trying to make their points about why like Diablo 1 was superior in certain ways, and I'm just looking at Diablo 1 and I'm like, this game sucks ass, bro. This is fucking dog shit. Like, the voice acting is just the worst. The graphics, I was just like, I couldn't do it. I'm a Dragonkin and you're a Dragon cultist. Yeah, nice, nice. It's like DS1 versus DS3. It's way more exaggerated than that. Like, Diablo 1 is so much older than like that. Like, the difference I think is greater, much greater. It's so much worse. Like, you compare DS1, it actually holds up way better than Diablo 1. Like, yeah, no, I think that the UI and like the way you play Diablo 2 feel like if you were to go back, I couldn't possibly go back. It's so it's super clunky and repetitive, dude. Diablo 2 is super repetitive. Like, it's really spammy. Like, I'm not talking about like the going through the maps. I mean, like when you're killing stuff, like it's literally just. Like D1 and D2 are like that. They're like incredibly repetitive. Never played Diablo. Oh, dude, Diablo was awesome. Diablo was like a moment in my life. Like, it was a formative experience. The thing I always loved about Diablo was I didn't really mind the fact that the gameplay was super simplistic, and the reason why was because I was carried by the themes. Like, the themes of Diablo were big for me. It was important. The fact that it was about journeying down into hell and fighting demons and fighting the devil. Like, there was this, like, I remember just a few years before playing Magic the Gathering and all these parents getting upset because there were pentagrams on the cards, and like the whole idea of the devil was just like, ooh. And like, I was still a kid, and they come out with a game that's about going down and fighting the devil and dealing with demonic themes. It was so like, dude, this is awesome. Like, it was cool. It had like an allure to it because of the themes. And that still kind of remains true, but the fact that they've now separated all of that, they've explicitly said this doesn't take place in our universe, and they're doing it in a fantasy universe. And the reason why, I think, is to avoid angry parents saying this game is satanic, right? They're making, no, it's just high fantasy. Like, our definition of a demon, our definition of an angel is different because it's high fantasy. I feel like it's just a way to avoid controversy. But I find that it's a cop-out, and it's cowardly from a design perspective. Like, I think I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying like I would necessarily make a game like these days that's like in direct like directly dealing with like Christian mythos themes, because it's dicey, right? Like, people get upset, you know. I get it from a marketing perspective, but at the same time, I'm just like, oh, you know, I feel like, I don't know. D&D and the Satanic Panic. Exactly. If you ever played Diablo, start with Diablo 3. I mean, or give Diablo 4 a few patches. I mean, because I feel like Diablo 4 is gonna like blossom. It's definitely poised to be really strong. It's just not very strong right now. highly unfinished states. But I mean, that's just gaming now, and I'll tell you why. Having a little bit of experience with it myself at this point. Basically what it is that games back then were much less of an undertaking to create. They just took less people, they took less time, and therefore they took less polish and refinement in order to make them into like a really optimal state, just because the systems they were building were simpler. But now, games take more effort, more man-hours, more time, and more refinement than like, you know, than like AAA movies, right? Like a lot more. Like it's not even by like a small margin, right? And so you just can never expect the runway for game development to expand to that point. I think that's at least. Ooh, I thought I was going to trigger his face too. I think that's at least part of it. I'm not going to say that's all of it, right? It also probably has to do with marketing and surety, right? In the sense that if you're making Diablo 4, for example, all you really need to do out of the gate is to make the game passable. You don't need to make the game optimal. And the reason why is, just like what Carson said, people are going to buy it regardless because it's such a mainstay title. It's a title that is going to pull people, it's going to interest people, so you have a certain amount of leeway. You just need it to be good enough out the gate that people are like not deeply offended by it, if that makes sense. Whereas other titles that are trying to prove something, like new companies trying to make new games, new systems or whatever, they have a little bit more on their shoulders, right? And like a lot, and by a little bit, I mean a lot, right? They don't have the assurity, like, and I want to say financial assurity, right? Because like we're talking about like investors recouping their fucking investment, like VCs and stuff getting their money back because they don't know if the game is going to succeed or fail. And so there's like, it's a lot harder to make the game that you really want to make for those people, right? The other thing too, it's like, you know, it's one of those moments where you say like the rich get richer, because it's harder even for startup companies to. All right, hang on a second. Well, like the startup companies don't necessarily have the resources of companies like Blizzard, right? When they're developing a game, so the games they have to go for are like simpler by, you know, just by default, because they couldn't build anything otherwise, given like a bootstrap budget or whatever.
Stained by my curse.
Okay.
Thy part in this shall not be forgiven.
So all of that while I was just talking and responding to what you were saying, I was fighting the boss, so I don't really know what I said or if it made any sense. Chat, did what I say make sense? Was it a bad thing to say? was it deeply inappropriate? Did I make mention of your mother and her bowel movements?
Allow me, you are prevented the thorns, a husk, the only way, and become my purpose.
Your
So
mom
I
is
enter the
offended?
flame then and guide.
We're a whole different animal. Yeah, they definitely were. You mean constipated? Oh. Wait. What are we talking about? So I didn't mention the bowel movements? Missed opportunity. Changes for Underworld Mage and upcoming patch. Let's take a look what we've done so far. Anything? Change the FP reduction of strength of the Underworld from 80% to 50%. And removed the stamina cost reduction. Oh, wait, no. Remove the FP reduction from strength of the Underworld from 80% to 50%, and the spell damage reduction from 50% to 20%. Change the HP reduction of Wisdom of the Makers from 50% to 30%, and remove the stamina cost reduction. So that's one change. I don't know if this was last patch or is it this patch. What patch notes are those? For the patch that's upcoming. These patch notes are not finished. So right now on current patch is Cragbolt Mine and Minefield. They have a limiter on them, right? So you can't stack them up a million times on this current patch. Is that right, or is that not live yet? That's live, right? I think that's live. Yeah. So one thing that happened, I should mention this, to all spells. Adjusted the scaling factors of all seals and staffs to increase the damage of all spells while at lower reinforcement levels. So basically, the floor of all spell damage has come up, right? So the ceiling is the same, but the floor has come up. So spells at lower reinforcement will be stronger. So, Hydra, what I said was that those patch notes are for an upcoming patch, not the live patch. We're still doing the patch and writing out the patch notes and stuff. $500 Chrome tabs. Yeah, right. Dude, I thought I had a lot of tabs open, and then I saw Asmongold's fucking fucking browser. I was like, holy shit! My God. A UPS that is UPS power supply? Wait, what? Battery? Oh. Original interactive. Well, what he does is he like opens a tab to bring up a graph, because Asmongold's always bringing up graphs like all the time. And then he just doesn't close it. So he has like a million fucking like graphs open. I would guess. I'm just, you know, guessing. Someone tell Varen Heron to just completely, like, restart his browser. Like, close out his browser. You can't see me? What the fuck? Well, then just restart your browser. If that doesn't work, restart your PC. I mean, it's a new PC, right? You might be missing some, like, video codecs or some shit. I don't know. Update your browser to the newest. I don't know. I'm guessing. Try a different browser. How about that? I don't know what browser you're trying, but try a different browser. So chat, you remember how we were talking about how Ulcerated Tree Spirit's the best boss in the game? Okay, well now Fire Giant's the best. So, obviously, I mean, like, yeah, so what's your favorite boss and why is it Fire Giant? It's just so obviously the case, right? Just so obviously the best. Just the bestest boss that exists. Is this on? Okay, it was. Fuck. Maybe you can tell me if this is some of the unique weapons of this mod don't have the right special. Because I'm using the seamless co-op, or is it the wrong version of the mod? Well, like what weapons? Because that issue, if your animations are screwed up, there's a couple of different reasons why it might happen. Like it's doing the wrong animations. One reason it might be happening is that you once had a mod installed that changed the animation tables. And the way to fix it is to reinstall Elden Ring, the vanilla game. If you reinstall Elden Ring, it'll fix all of your animation tables. We've had a couple of people have that problem, and that's how we fixed it. Or you have like another mod installed, which is screwing it up, basically. Like current. PC restart didn't work. Use a different browser, dude. Godwin's Crackblade. Yeah, you probably need to reinstall your base game to fix the animation tables. What's the best? You fucking troll. Oh, I don't have the right shit on. Not even dead. Only mod that I have that might cause issues is I have viable fists, which rework fist weapons and do change their move pool. Yep, that'll break it, because it's an animation change. Our animations are custom, so you can't use animation mods with our mod unless they are built to be integrated with our mod. Like if you had viable, if someone made viable fist mod for Convergence, then it would work. What happened? What? That is just such trash. So that's the meme. Sometimes that attack, the shield will lift you up and put you in a fall animation for about like a couple of frames, and you can't dodge, you can't roll because you're in a fall animation. Told my friend about this because he's the one who wanted to add that mod for our run. Because we need to remove the mod to fix the issue. Yeah, first step is to remove the mod that is changing the animation tables. And then, if it still persists, then you'll have to reinstall your vanilla Elden Ring. Because sometimes installing animation mods will literally destroy the registry file that references the animations, right? And if that happens, then you gotta reinstall the base game. Only boss I've ever no-hitted. Really? I'm sure there's been some others, like some mini bosses or something. Of the Mage. Oh, I see. Okay. I'm so baffled, dude. Like, I don't understand. I dodged that. Fuck you, fucking bullshit game. I mean, I don't. Whatever. This is so wild. Like, why am I struggling here? I don't get it.
Da da da.
Hey Ace, what up?
Pee pee poo poo.
Pee pee poo poo. PP, no, Poo Poo PP Man. That's your Exiles character. Are you running full naked mode on Exiles, dude? First playthrough, you could. It's just in settings. You can like make it so your character, when they're naked, they're totally naked. And there's even a slider to adjust how big your dick is. Not fucking kidding. It's like the best part of the game. It's called the endowment slider. there's a potion? I don't know about that. That wasn't there when I was playing. And what's funny is on female characters, you can use that endowment slider and it'll make your vag bigger. I wish I was making this up, but it's like the most amazing thing I've ever seen in a game in like a long ass time. Like it doesn't exactly like make the vag bigger. It more just like makes it more like an innie or an outie. It's like it's fucking amazing. Okay, we're talking about Conan Exiles, dude. Potion of Endowment. Oh my god. It's actually incredible. It's a buggy mess. It's fun as hell. Bro, I had a private server. I did the private server Conan thing, and, like, I built the most epic fucking shit. Like, I had, like, a whole city with, like, a castle and, like... So it was right when COVID happened. Like, right when the lockdown happened. Me and my girlfriend just started playing Conan together on a private server, and we fucking just, like, built an entire city. like, because we couldn't leave. Because of lockdown. Oh, my sleep schedule's all fucked again. It just I don't know why I imagined I'd be able to actually fix it. Like here's what happens to my sleep schedule, dude. It's the same as it's been since I was in my 20s. I worked at Blizzard. Like it's exactly the same. And what it does is it drifts forward 1 to 2 hours every day. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what I do. It doesn't matter what kind of what sleep hygiene I do, where I like wind down, don't have screens in front of me, like totally do everything that they say you're supposed to do for sleep hygiene. It has been this way for like over like 15 years or longer even, right? Where my sleep just drifts forward 2 hours, like 1 to 2 hours every single sleep cycle. So what that means is that my schedule is constantly drifting, right, around the clock, around a 24-hour clock. And so my best guess, as I've said this before, my best guess is that I'm not from this planet, that I'm from a planet with a slightly longer day. Worked at Blizzard? I did, yeah. At the Wicked Shop. At the fucking Wicked Shop. Oh, the essential oils. You have to buy these for your cauldron. You need to make sure that you get the right color candles for your prosperity ritual. That's like an old person schedule, kind of. Except it's like an extreme version of it, ZX. Five made a small village. Bro, you should have seen my shit. I had screenshots of it on my old computer. They might still be there in the old computer. Oh, no, they're not. No, they might be. They might be. But it's like this fucking city, dude. And, like, we built it on the edge of two biomes. We built it on the edge of the desert and the tundra, right? And, like, so the castle's, like, in the middle. And then we have, like, a desert part of the city going, like, way off that way. And then, like, a tundra part of the city going off that way. So it's, like, two wings. And it's also blocking one of the ways that you would actually travel through from one area to another. So, like, if we did have other players on the server and they wanted to try to cross from the tundra to the desert or from the desert to the tundra, they would literally have to go through the city. And we had, like, roads, and, like, main roads and little roads and, like, all this stuff in the city. And we had, like, dude, I had, like, a castle, and then I had, like, a big, like, series of walls, huge fucking towering walls with, like, big gatehouses. And, like, I had a Foulborough where, like, the outskirts of the city were with, like, little shacks. It was fucking crazy, like, how elaborate it was. No idea what it's like. It's more like, it's kind of like Minecraft, but in the Conan world. It's like Minecraft for adults, kind of like Valheim, but, like, actually, like, slightly better graphically. Like, it's like, it also has, like, dungeons and, like, kind of a RPG element to it. How long did it take to build? I mean, months, like every day working on it. And it was, like, shortly after that I picked up streaming again. See, like, I didn't stream for, like, a year. I thought I was basically, like, gonna sort of retire from streaming. But it was actually a weird circumstance what was going on. Because, like, I got Twitch Partner after streaming for a solid, like, it took me 22 months from when I started streaming to when I got Partner. 22 months. And I was just basically working the fucking system. I was, like, networking. I was in the no-hit community. I was getting world's first no-hit runs. I was doing the whole streamer thing, like, all in the no-hit community in Dark Souls 3. And I was kind of, like, killing myself to a certain degree to make partnership happen. And I got it, and I got partnership, and then it all came crashing down. Like, I was super. I woke up one day and I was, like, super depressed, like, beyond depressed, like suicidal depressed, like crazy depressed, and it all hit me at once. And it was after I got Partner when I could finally sort of relax a little bit. And so I had to stop streaming for my, like, mental health, and I went and, like, I got therapy and shit. But, like, during that time, I didn't stream for a year, and I didn't know if I would come back to streaming. And then COVID happened, and I spent all this time in, like, one room because we were, like, renting a room in a duplex. So it was two of us. And before that, it hadn't ever really been a problem because, like, we were only there really to, like, sleep because we were always out doing stuff, right? Like, we were working or whatever, right? And I was right on the verge of getting a job. I was going to get a job as a technician. Like, that's what I've done for years, is being, like, doing IT, like, field technician work, basically. And I was getting this new job with this company, and it was, like, it was going to be really good. Like, the pay was going to be good, and, like, it was going to be better than previous IT gigs I'd had. But then COVID hit. And the company that I had done 3 interviews, and they narrowed it down to, like, me and one other person, and I was pretty convinced I was going to get it. And then COVID hit. And so this IT company's clients were all, like, small businesses like bars and stuff, which all basically shut down during COVID, right? They were all, like, places where people gather. So none of them could, like, actually, like, exist while COVID was happening. And so then they thought, well, we can't hire you now because we don't know how much money we're going to be making now because of COVID. So the job fucking fell through. And so then I'm just like stuck in this room. I didn't get the fucking job because, you know, no one got that job, I guess, at that time. And like, I was like, well, what the fuck am I going to do for money? What the fuck? And so I started streaming again because what could I do from that one room, right? And it was so fucked up because I'm sitting there streaming like all day, right? And then my girlfriend can't work either because she's a massage therapist. And so her job is basically shut down too. And I'm sitting there in the room. We have the mattress on the floor. I put the TV up on the wall, right? And I'm sitting there with the bed at my feet, streaming with a bunch of screens on the wall, with my girlfriend laying on the mattress in front of my chair while I'm streaming. And I'm doing that like all day. And she's just sitting there watching. Like, it was so cramped. It was so fucking crazy when I came back to streaming. And so when I came back to streaming, I sort of had like this open attitude toward streaming. Like I wasn't necessarily like, oh, I'm obviously going to do tons of no-hit runs now. I wasn't like as dedicated, you might say, because I didn't even know if I was going to come back, right? And so that's when I started playing mods for Dark Souls 3, and I was like playing some other mods, and that's how Tiger and I got started modding. Was basically like I was playing a mod and I was like, hey, you know what would be cool is if there was more spells like this one that this mod has. This mod has like a couple of spells like this. It'd be cool if there were more. And so he had already made a mod at one point for Dark Souls 2, so he knew about some modding stuff. And so we started working together like, okay, let's make a spell that does this, and let's make a spell that does that. And then it just kind of like, oh wait, we made a spell, now we need an icon for it. Oh wait, now we need this, and now we need, oh, what if we did another thing? And that's how Convergence DS3 started, was because of this. Basically like those circumstances. So if it wasn't for COVID, then neither Convergence mod would have been made. If I had gotten that job, none of the convergences would have happened. How to meet Tiger? I knew Tiger from before because we were both in the Souls, a no-hit community in Dark Souls 3. Like he was a no-hit runner. He's gotten a no-hit run just like me. But I mean, I was one of the first members of Team Hitless. Like I was one of the first members for Team Hitless, right? I was like number 12, the 12th member of Team Hitless ever. And like in Dark Souls 3, I got 7 different world's first no-hit runs in that game. So like I definitely left my mark. I like made a stamp on it. Same Tiger. Yeah, he got a no-hit run in Dark Souls 3. It was like any percent. It wasn't like world's first or anything, but he got one, so he's a member of Team Hitless. And so, like, I knew a bunch of people. I knew Aaron from there, too. Aaron was also a member of, well, he was, I don't know if I can't remember now if Aaron's actually a member of Team Hitless. He might be. But, like, we knew him from the community, the no-hit community. And so, when we took on the challenge of modding, we kind of, we got more familiar with the modding community, and we realized that there was no one who was a member of the modding community who was also a member of the, like, Hitless and or speedrun communities, right? And so we were unique in that way. Because no-hit runners and challenge runners and speedrunners have a unique perspective on these games, right? Because we analyze mechanics in a different way, right? So, like, the appeal of our mod was that we were bringing this different sort of fresh perspective on it. And I guess it worked. I mean, people really like our mods, so I don't know. We weren't ever expecting Convergence to be as popular as it became. Like, we just thought we're just going to do some cool shit. And then it also kind of started growing on its own steam. And like it got to the point where just like, I guess we're doing like a full overhaul now. It just kind of built up to that point. It wasn't our intention when we started to build it into something as big as it became. But this mod, we went in thinking, yes, we're going to build it that fucking big. We are going in. We are not holding back this time. Oh, we had lots and lots of things we wanted to do, but that's the thing, is no art is ever complete, only abandoned. Oh no, it had big limitations. When we started modding DS3, no one had ever made a new collision before. We actually invented how to make new collision in DS3. We made the first ever modded map piece in DS3. Oh, by the end? Yeah, okay. I mean, we broke through lots of barriers when we were developing that. Yeah, in the DS3 mod, for those who played it, you remember the maze that we put in to Profane Capital? It was like a legit maze. That was the first map piece ever made by modders for Dark Souls 3. Nav mesh still isn't a thing in DS3. It has big problems for Arch Thrones. Is that right? Still no nav mesh? I thought there was. I mean, it's a very buggy form of nav mesh. Ah, fair enough. Nav mesh is kind of one of those things where you're just like, you hope for it, but you don't expect it. Adding melee weapons also function as stabs or seals. Yeah, I think it is something we'll do eventually. Is this new? Oh, that little skip? Yeah. It's new. Your mom's new, got him. Keep on their toes. Yeah, you need to change it up. Then come back to it at some point, right? Can't believe I didn't die. He got hung up on the pillar. Should have died.
Astonished. Why cover destined death? To kill what?
Well, it kind of makes sense I no hit him, right? Because if I got hit, I would die. Because I have Wisdom of the Makers on. Okay. Practice a whole lot. I mean, that's all it is. Just lots and lots of practice. Alright, let's think here. What changed? Well, mostly the thing that changed for Underworld Mage so far. Like, I'm doing a test run to see, like, if anything really does need to change in a big way. And, like, there's nothing, like, sticking out as being, like, a big problem. Everything's working pretty well. I would say... So the one things that the things we have changed is the permabuffs. The downsides to the permabuffs have been made not so bad overall. So the permabuffs are much more usable, basically. How's it going, Murgo? But that's kind of true across the board. I have made all the permabuffs that had big downsides, I've made them much less for a lot of them. I'm trying to decide which boss to kill here. Rot incant perma? Yeah. So, let's see. Absorption reduction from Blessing of the Sealed God from 75% to 30%. Change the increased cost of spell. Let's see. Yeah. Looks like that's the change for Blessing of the Sealed God. By the way, whoa. Deathblight from the 2 orb spells, sometimes insta-killing NPCs. Is this still intended, or is it a bug? It's not a bug. Tarnished will still die from Deathblight. Gideon is immune to Deathblight. Yeah, but he's not immune to getting stabbed through the back. You can cheese like that. Oh yeah. Almost every NPC in the game you can cheese with a cliff. Including Vike, including Eleonora, what's his name? What's Anastasia? Like 2 different of her locations you can cheese her that way. Okina you can cheese that way. Ready to see me start a new character on D4? Yeah, that's gonna be fun. I think it'll be fun. I'll probably stream it this time. I don't know. I saw a vid of a modded catalyst weapon the other day. Was that from you guys? Nope, that wasn't from us. We haven't made a catalyst weapon yet. A hybrid. We know that other mods have. But we're not in a rush for those things. We will add them, but not right now. We have bigger fish. We are adding a fuckload of weapons this coming patch, though. Blue Flame make a comeback? No. I think it's possible that Axe of Rust might be the only weapon from the previous mod that we're bringing back. But that doesn't mean we won't make a sorcery straight sword. It just won't be called Blue Flame or whatever. Right back, I gotta pee. Let me think here. So I need. Okay. I think I'm going to get. Do I have? I don't know if I have it. I need another invigorating, so I'm going to grab one. Like I'm gonna go full like Cragbolt Torrent for this boss for Moog. No, that was lightning damage. Let's see, 84. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Oh, my mind's... Yeah, I deserved it. I think I might have been able to actually get him if I had placed my mines better. Like, my opening mines, I think, were just in a bad spot. Now it's going to be a bit harder. Yes! It was super close. It was like right on the edge. Like barely enough FP and barely enough damage. I didn't even put on my max damage stuff. I'm actually just dumb, right? I didn't have this on. The fuck. Then again, whatever, it's fine. I didn't even have Wisdom of the Makers on. Wow. Wow. Close to done with Matriarch. Well, yeah. I mean, like, the way these things go is the first version of done is only about 85%, right? It's like the first working version that's like no major bugs. And then we'll come back, we'll reiterate, we'll improve FXRs, we'll make it better, we'll make it smoother, improve Lua, you know, over patches. And that's how like all the top tier bosses will be. Skarda will get the same treatment. Like all the new bosses are going to get that treatment, right? And so it's like done, but also not done, you know? Nothing's ever truly done. Nothing's ever truly done in life. Except your breakfast. Is it though? Is it?
I have longed this world and death. Are you to commit? Very well, let my hand.
You guys remember Nick Cage? You guys here for Nick Cage, dude? The Nick Cage meme? This was his song in the DS3 runs. Okay, so I need to go over here. Fuck. Never mind. I go over. I want to get my dagger upgraded a bit. So the meme was I would use Pestilent Mist on a giant that was sleeping in Dark Souls 3 in the dungeon and just watch him die. But because he was like laying at a weird angle, the health bar for the giant would appear perfectly above one of those hanging cages. So it looked like I was draining this cage and killing a hanging cage. And so we named him Nick Cage. And we would play this sad song when his life was slowly draining. Poor Nick Cage. Dragonkin Devastation coming or not? Well, I was going to make it, but now that you've asked, I'm not going to. Because of you. So, thank you for asking. What the fuck am I doing? I'm like, oh yeah, okay. No, I'm good. Alright, how many do I have? 0. Okay, so I need 3. So, Ace, how are those weapons coming? How's that Palmax treating you? They're done? Even the Palmax? Except the Palmax Ash of War. Have you talked to Aaron? Which Aaron will take. Okay. Alright, so it's almost time then. Once we get that Ash of War in, we'll perform our animation audit. And we'll validate everything. Make sure everything is correct. Numerically, hitbox-wise, handedness, all possible animation variations. Ash of Wars, FP, no FP, sound effects, root motion, everything. Behaviors, attack params. That'll be probably a long day. Like, it'll be like all of us in VC, and we're gonna go through literally everything. Yeah, no FP is really important. Really important. So yeah, you might want to go back and double check and make sure. Just thought of something. Yeah, I'm just gonna go Buckler here, I think. Just have FP, nerd. Upgrade the dagger just for a post? Yep. Mostly I just kind of do it along the way because it's not inconvenient if you do it along the way, right? It's just inconvenient if you try to like do it all at once. And then I have this like nice setup for Skarta, you know, and like there's some other fights I do with parry riposte as well. No, you can't backstab Skarta. You can riposte Skarta. You can backstab Sigurd. Got him. Where are you working now, Ace? I don't think you told me you actually got the job. Remember you were talking about various things, or did you tell me? That's why I'm asking. If you don't want to say in chat, you can always just DM me, I guess. But, okay, yeah, I don't think you told me that. I don't think you told me that. Data entry would make good money. Yeah, fair enough. My brother is fucking joining the fucking Navy. It's ridiculous. He is 1 year before the cutoff where they won't accept you anymore because you're too old. He is 1 year off from the cutoff. During those hours? Yeah, okay. I get you. Are you going to be waking up before work early, or are you going to be waking up basically just in time to start work? I'm just asking because it's like it helps me like make plans for how to do stuff. Know what I mean? This is the wrong one. This one. Yeah. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I didn't actually mean to cast that, so that's funny. Bows improved? Oh yes, big time. Oop, didn't lock on. Yeah, bows are like really good. I liked how buffing bows was not complicated because it literally all they needed was more damage. And we will make them more interesting and dynamic as well, but like the lowest hanging fruit, like the easiest thing to fix is just give them more damage. They're like very viable. I wouldn't say that they're overpowered or anything, they're just viable. Hornbow snipe is kind of fun. Yeah, yeah. And the bows are just good. I kind of want to change enchanted shot to be like the fucking snipers. Forget that modding isn't a job. One day though, you know, with these skills, you know, could be the real thing. Oh. I mean, I'm fairly certain that just even off of what we've done so far, like what I've done the last few years, I could get a job with that skill set. Because that's the thing, right? Like, you go into a company dealing with software, you really just have to show that you have the aptitude to understand. They're not expecting you to know their fucking system, right? You just have to show that you can learn that sort of thing and function within that space. Did you make Convergence mod? Yeah, I'm the team lead. A lot of the devs are in the chat. AAA company? Well, what if it's a startup company that ends up making AAA games? Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Fighting this guy with spells is like not difficult. It's just a little bit boring. You just have to like wait. Just have to wait for the right moments. Enjoy my life outside of work. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm just super excited because, like, this kind of work, like, doing this stuff, I feel, like, really strongly that it's something that I could be really happy doing as a career. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm doing this now. I've already considered this to be like my career. Like, this is what I'm going to do. Just going to develop games. Like, that's it. And like, and I also still want to be streaming. Like my lifestyle right now of like doing dev and, you know, being like in the public eye to a certain degree, like showcasing stuff and talking about designs, and like on YouTube and on, you know, making content for it is like 100% what I want to be doing. And so I will just continue doing this for as long as I possibly can. Like, it's so satisfying. It's like everything I want out of life in terms of like my professional, you know, professional life. So. Gladly make a full game with you. Well, that's awesome. That's good. I'm glad I have that vote of confidence. Like one thing, you know, what we have, right, as a mod team, is we have a design team, right? We don't really have like a full dev team at all. Like, we don't have our army of artists, our army of coders. We have a design team, right, where we do the high level things, right? But the foundational things we don't have, right? We would need a lot of stuff, right? We would need a lot of people, right? And so we would need a lot of funding in order to like really get started. But we could potentially build a prototype, right? Just like some coding and like working within certain engines and like mess with stuff. We could prototype some things for sure, just to kind of dip our toes in the water, so to speak. Make a remake mod in Elden Ring for older Souls games, similar to Sky Oblivion. Is that not really? I don't think so. I think that, well, first of all, that's not really like feasible right now, considering that this game's sort of code, like environment, like the way the game is made, it hasn't been like cracked enough to like build something completely fresh in it. It's not. The game is not ready for that. Like, it would take a number of years before the game was like sort of like the modding for this game was like sort of like on the right level for that. Should be 99, right? Yeah. How's it going, Prospector? What's up, man? I'm currently studying 3D art and game design. I'd love to be working with you guys once I get my degree. Yeah, that sounds good, man. Shoot me a DM so that I don't lose you. Yeah, you can shoot me in DMs in Discord. That's the best place. So, like, the thing is, we're definitely looking, like, when it came to like recruiting, which obviously we're not doing that right now because we're working on this mod, but if it came to recruiting, then it would definitely be like people who were you know, looking to like build their resumes up, and like, you know, people who are earlier in their careers, like really good, because it means they're like more willing to like take chances on like a startup company, game studio, whatever, right? Like, that's usually a good thing when you're trying to get something off the ground. I have no idea how I'm supposed to fight Radahn. I guess mine. Aaron's currently our only 3D artist. That's true too. And obviously, when it comes to like working on this project for 3D art, for 3D models, there's a lot of like specifications for like the best way to do it. But that's something that Aaron could easily supply, right? So like because we're a modding team and we're not just like a dev company, that what it means is that all of us have to wear a lot of hats. Like, we're not like, you know, I'm not just game director, right? Like, I'm also like I'm not just like I'm basically creative lead, like, and also like lead designer, game director. I also do database stuff. I also do scripting stuff. Like, everyone has to do a lot. And so like what helps us is if we get like a person who knows one particular thing, and then we show them the way to do that particular thing in the project, but then we also to show them how to take that thing and then implement it. So that way that one person is like a development track, right, from beginning this thing all the way into the mod, so they can be sort of more autonomous, and then they can learn all these different pieces along the way. So like if you're making like a 3D model, let's say you're making like a piece of armor, then we would teach you like, okay, here's how you make the armor, here's how you make the textures, and then here's how you get it into the game, and here's how, you know, we basically take you from like, here's where it starts and here's where it ends. Because in modding, it's kind of the only way to do it. Like we're not going to have like a big enough team to have like, okay, all you do is make models, and then like all that person does is make textures, and so on. Like it would be in more like normal like company or whatever. Not going into this business to be working at a big company and going to make art. Yeah, no, I get that. Yeah. Dude, why is Leprous so good? Ugh! Get fucking destroyed, idiot. Full game's really fucking hard. It's not about hard. It's about time. I'm zapping him while he's flying. Epic. Nice. Trying to recreate Bloodborne trick weapons. You mean the models for them? Cool, yeah. Alright, that is the Dragonkin sorcery playthrough. The Underworld Mage. Have you guys noticed anything with this class that feels incredibly out of balance, out of whack? Because I'm not really finding it. I'm feeling pretty solid with the class. Class feels good. To be honest, the way that this class works is it has a tool for everything, right? Like it has your Comet Azure style tool. You have like a turret style, which is quite good. Honestly, I think Dragonkin Downpour might be a little OP, to be honest. But then like Cragbolt Spear is great, but it forces you to be at mid-range, so it's not just like an I win button. Like you actually have to be dynamic, you have to be dodging. Like I really love the way the class plays. I also really love the fact that this class can deliver huge damage, but it always comes at some kind of risk, because you can't just do it from infinite range, right? And it's not, like, your resource problems definitely get handled, especially if you're using Cerulean Burst. And, you know, once you get Wisdom in the Makers, then it's just kind of game on in that regard. I also noticed that with on 1.3, the Wisdom of the Maker's HP not reducing to 50% but to 30% was allowing me to not be one-shot a lot of the time, even with never leveling Vigor once. So that is a really positive change in terms of like people wanting to play this way, is that they can maybe take a little glancing blow from like an enemy and not die. Like when Fire Giant stomped and I got hit by the glancing blow of it, I did not get one shot. And so, like, that's exactly the sort of thing that, like, this testing is, like, revealing. I think the only thing that stands out for me here a little bit is I think that it's possible that Frozen Cragbolt damage might need to come up a touch. That's one. And that I really like where Cragbolt Minefield and Cragbolt Mine is at. I think those are both really good right now. It's possible Cragbolt Mine might need to come down, or the bubble spells, like, especially the first bubble spell, damage might need to come up a bit on that one. But Downpour might be too much. Downpour might be too much damage right now, so that might need to come down. But overall, it feels pretty balanced to me. It does not feel way out of line in any particular fashion. Minefield is strong. It is strong, right? But it's not like it used to be. Like, on previous patch, it was fucking overpowered. Way overpowered. Crazy overpowered, right? Now it's definitely not. Like, it doesn't juggle. It doesn't air juggle anymore. It does less damage than it used to do. And there's a limit on how many mines you can have on out at once, right? So it's way, way more reasonable now, to the point where it feels strong, but not stupid. Follow the YouTube, because I'm going to be cranking these out. I'm going to do, like, 2 videos for every 27 classes. So, yeah. It's going to be